Anyway, I apologize. Here we go. We have two items on tonight's statutory public meeting agenda, and then we have a single item to discuss on our regular meeting. I will read a notice of collection as I always. Yes, I'm sorry. Elizabeth wants to point out who's on. I keep going back to the old system, but go ahead, Elizabeth. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to do a brief introduction just to let everyone know who is on the call this evening to assist with the applications that are before us. So first and foremost, I'd like to confirm that we do have quorum this evening, with the exception of Councillor Osanik, who has sent her regrets. As well, Councillor Chappelle is joining us as a visiting councillor. Thank you, Councillor Chappelle. Joining us this evening from staff are Tim Park, Director of Planning Services, James Barr, Manager Development Approvals, Stephen Chu, Senior Planner, Megan Robidoux, Intermediate Planner, Mike Slaggy, Planner, Brody Richmond, Manager of Environmental Operations and Programs, Janet Janes, Deputy City Clerk, Derek O'Shea is our meeting host, and I'm, of course, Elizabeth Fawcett, the Committee Clerk for Planning Committee. We currently have approximately 8 agents and applicants joining us at this time, and we have 12 members of the public in the gallery this evening, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now I will get down to business. I appreciate that. Notice of collection. Personal information collected as a result of this public meeting and process is collected under the authority of the Planning Act and will be used to assist in making a decision on this matter. All names, addresses, opinions, and comments may be collected and may form part of the minutes, which will be available to the public. Questions regarding this collection should be forwarded to the Director of Planning Services. The purpose of public meeting is to present planning applications in a public forum and to give the public an opportunity to make representations in respect to the proposal as required by the Planning Act. Following presentations by the applicant, the meeting will be open to the public for comments and questions. Persons speaking at the meeting are requested to give their name and address for recording in the minutes. Additionally, interested members of the public can email the committee clerk or the assigned planner if they wish to be notified regarding a particular application. No decisions are made at public meetings concerning applications. An exception to this rule is combined reports, which consolidates the public meeting and comprehensive reports. These applications are deemed by staff to be straightforward and routine. There are no combined combined applications tonight. Public meeting reports are provided to inform the public of all relevant information. After the meeting tonight, staff will be considering the comments made by the public in their further review of the applications. When this review is completed, a comprehensive report will be prepared, making a recommendation for action to this committee. The recommendation is typically to approve with conditions or to deny. This committee then makes a recommendation on the application to City Council, who has the final say on all applications. Following council decision, notice will be circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of the Council of the Corporation of the City of Kingston to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but that person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the City of Kingston before the bylaw is passed, that person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. Just before we get started in our first of these two public meetings, I want to mention a slight change in the protocol that has come about, and that's been shared, I think, amongst our staff and amongst our members of the committee. We will typically, before, we would give committee an opportunity to ask questions of presenters and staff, and then they would be answered and the public would be given an opportunity to do so. We've altered that slightly, and we now allow the public to speak first. So after the proponent presentation, the public will be given an opportunity to ask questions and make comments. Then the proponents, planners, or staff will then have an opportunity to answer those inquiries. We will then go back to the committee and give the committee an opportunity to ask questions. Because this is for the sake of the committee, I'll just remind everybody that because this is very much a public presentation for the benefit of the community, we should really keep our comments more strictly to questions and not to comments. We'll have plenty of opportunity to make those comments of our opinion when the comprehensive report is before us. Is that clearly understood by people? Are there any questions regarding that? Okay, then we will be, and the other new protocol is that the proponents, the applicants, planners, or the applicant will be given 10 to 15 minutes, which is a reasonable amount of time to speak to it. If it's a complex issue and requires more time, as was the case at our last meeting, they've been invited to let the clerk's department know, and that additional time will be afforded within reason. So again, any questions or comments from committee or our visiting council? Seeing none, thank you very much. So our first public meeting today is regarding 567 to 600 Princess Street and 465 Albert Street. And who would like to comment on this? Megan.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Notice was given in accordance with the Planning Act as detailed in the public meeting report. 3 pieces of written correspondence have been received regarding the application, which have been included in the addendum, as well as 2 phone inquiries. This is a statutory public meeting held under the Planning Act. The purpose of this public meeting is for the applicant to present their proposal to the public and Planning Committee. The format for the meeting allows members of the public and Planning Committee to ask questions of the applicant regarding their proposal and gives the applicant an opportunity to respond to those questions. As part of this public meeting, planning staff have prepared a public meeting report summarizing the proposal. It should be noted that no recommendations or decisions are being made this evening regarding this report. Planning staff in attendance this evening are in attendance this evening to record the questions that are being asked of the applicant and to address any technical questions regarding the planning process. The questions asked by the public and Planning Committee, along with any written submissions, will be asked by the public, and planning will be addressed by planning staff within a future comprehensive report. After the planning review and assessment of the proposal by the city has been completed, planning staff will bring a comprehensive report with recommendations back to Planning Committee at a future date. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I believe from FOTEN, Ms. Wood is with us. So the floor is yours.
Hey, thank you so much, and good evening, Planning Committee, staff, and members of the public. My name is Jennifer Wood, and I'm a land use planner with FOTEN Planning and Design. And there are a few members of the representing the applicant tonight, the developer podium. I see have joined us on the Zoom call, and Christian Huggett in particular, I believe, is also present here tonight and will be assisting me as necessary with representing the developer and responding to any comments or questions. And I think there's a couple other podium team members here tonight. So thank you for having us and for listening to our presentation. This is an application for zoning bylaw amendment for 600 Princess Street. And the application was submitted in May by FOTEN on behalf of Podium. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the property we're looking at, which we're calling 600 Princess Street, it includes a number of municipal addresses, but it's in the Williamsville neighborhood and it fronts directly onto Princess Street, and it's at the corner, the southeast corner of Albert and Princess. This site and the yellow radius that you see on the map here is a 600-meter radius from the subject site, which, you know, by OP standards, the official plan, it considers that to be a distance that's walkable. So, you know, within 600 meters to the east is the downtown. Queen's main campus is less than a kilometer to the south. Memorial Center as well is just to the north, and several other parks and recreation spaces are also within walking distance of this property. As well, there are numerous existing and also developing commercial and service uses that are within the immediate area. And the site is very well serviced by active transportation modes. Both regular and express bus routes run directly in front of the site along Princess, and bike lanes are also currently present on Princess Street in this location. Next slide, please. So the site, which is outlined in red, just zooming in a little more now, it's roughly 2,200 square meters in area. It has 64 meters of frontage on Albert and 65 meters of frontage on Princess Street. The property currently contains several buildings, which were occupied by the previous enterprise car rental, and there was also an auto repair shop, as well as fairly large surface parking areas. Wrapping around Albert Street, there is one single detached dwelling, which is within the Princess Street corridor policy area and within that C4 zoning that applies to Williamsville. The purple blocks we've included just to highlight some of the surrounding properties that have recently been redeveloped within Williamsville. So right across the street is 575 Princess Street, which is being developed with this 10-story building. 501 Frontenac to the east of that is developed with a 5-story residential building. And 652 Princess, which is also known as Sage Kingston Condo, is just to the west there. That's being developed with it's almost complete, a 10-story mixed-use building. Next slide, please. So Williamsville, the Williamsville neighborhood and the Princess Street corridor in particular, as I'm sure we all know, has experienced pretty significant growth and development activity since the Williamsville Main Street study was implemented through official plan and zoning updates. And we've sort of highlighted some of this development activity on a map to provide some of that context. So the blue area is 600 Princess Street, which is proposed to be redeveloped here. To the east are the two sites that are known as University Suites, which are complete or under development. 333, I believe, is done now. They're both 11-story mixed-use buildings. Across the street, as I mentioned, is 575 Princess, which is approved and being developed with a 10-story building. To the west, there's a few 5-story developments that exist, and then a 10-story building at 652 Princess, which is known as the Sage Kingston condos. Next slide, please. So just a few images illustrating existing conditions. This is a view from Princess Street looking at the former auto repair shop and some surface parking. Next slide, please. And then as we sort of come around onto the Albert Street frontage, you get a look also that 2-story red brick building was the former office of the Enterprise car rental. And again, just a lot of surface parking and auto repair shop, which did sort of predominate or was a predominant use historically along the corridor, one of the few remnants. Next slide, please. So now we're kind of circling further around Albert Street. This is the back of that former garage and surface parking, some more surface parking. And next slide, please. Finally, there is an existing dwelling that forms part of this site as well, which is that sort of beige 2-story house. Again, is located within the defined Williamsville Princess Street corridor area and within the C4 zone. Next slide, please. So Williamsville is a roughly 2-kilometer stretch of Princess Street, spans from Division to Bath and Concession. And in 2012, the Williamsville Main Street study was completed and approved by council. It's pretty hard to believe it's almost 10 years old now. And the goal of the study was really to create a main street for Williamsville and a pedestrian-oriented and transit-supportive mixed-use corridor that had commercial uses that would serve new development and also the surrounding neighborhoods. And the city implemented the principles of that study through official plan amendments and zoning amendments in 2013 that created the Princess Street corridor specific policy area in the official plan, and also created the C4 zoning for Williamsville. And this slide just sort of summarizes some of those original sort of policy considerations that dictated built forms, the idea of a 3 to 4 story street wall, maximum height of 6 stories, but 10 stories at certain locations or under certain criteria, requiring ground floor in certain blocks, but not others, requiring a minimum ground floor height to support commercial use, and really fostering that pedestrian-oriented public realm. Next slide, please. So kind of building on the idea of the corridor experiencing all of this growth and development pressure and applications, the city essentially responded to a lot of that pressure. So there were a number of applications that were proposed for essentially increased height of development beyond that which was permitted by official plan policies. And this was mainly because the OP policies that were originally approved across the whole study area considered candidates for 10-story buildings if they met certain criteria. But since then, it's sort of been acknowledged that the original intent of the Williamsville study envisioned some degree of limitation with respect to key locations for taller buildings, and not necessarily allowing land consolidation to meet those criteria. So in response to significant planning applications for taller than 6 stories, council approved an interim control bylaw in 2019 to allow staff time to look at this issue and come up with a land use plan to deal with and address where height is appropriate and where height should be kept lower. So, staff brought forward in response updated OP policies and zoning, which was approved by council in December 2020. We know it was appealed, but I won't get into that. And so this slide, illustrates that OP, updated OP schedule. So the previous schedule had 3 character areas and separate policy frameworks. So this was very much simplified. And the new OP schedule focuses on, clarifying where height is intended to be located. So properties located within the green area have a maximum height of 6 stories. And the pink areas were identified as the tall building sites for up to 20 stories. And we've highlighted the subject property in blue. And it's located in the green area, which permits a maximum of 6 stories in height. The sort of red stretches of color along Princess Street are the portions of the corridor that are required to have ground floor commercial uses. And 600 Princess Street is located within a stretch that does not require ground floor commercial. Next slide, please. There were also updates made to the zoning to further implement those policy changes in that direction. The angular plane was fully removed and replaced with, I think, what are more sort of practical ways of implementing and controlling built form. So including specific step back requirements for upper floors. So for those 5th and 6th stories. And then the majority of the corridor has a height cap of 6 stories, with the exception of those taller building sites that can go to 20 stories next to Division Street. A residential density maximum was introduced as well, mainly to address servicing capacity along the corridor and to ensure that development is phased appropriately based on the capacity that's available. There were also some boundary changes to incorporate new properties. Several additional permitted uses were added. And a new approach to parking was introduced. So parking maximum of 1 space per unit and a minimum of 0.4 spaces per unit. And the new zoning provisions permit further reduced parking ratios as authorized through a zoning process. Next slide, please. So, Podium's been in Kingston for many years and has developments throughout not only Williamsville, but the city more broadly. Podium has owned this property for years now, and they've essentially been in a holding pattern with this site, recognizing that the city needed the time to undertake this land use study and consider new policies. So it really wasn't until this work was done and the amendments were approved that we even began to design the design process for this site, because we really wanted to ensure that what we were proposing was in line with the city's and the community's new direction for Williamsville. And those updates provided the clarity to let us know that 6 stories is the building height that's desired for the corridor for the majority of it. And that an improved and more spacious public realm is also a key priority. And that's what we're proposing. This application is for a 6-story building with step backs from both streets above the 4-story street wall, and an increased setback from both frontages that would allow for that more spacious public realm along Princess, as well as higher order landscaping along Albert Street, which is an identified priority green street. Next slide, please. This is a perspective of the building from the intersection of Princess and Albert. So at the intersection itself of the building, it's been set back sort of even further than the required setbacks to kind of open up that corner for ease of pedestrian movement. And then the facade has been highly glazed in this location, which will further contribute to that open and inviting public realm. Like I said, the Williamsville Main Street study identifies Albert Street as a priority green street. And these are streets that are intended to be tree-lined corridors that create important visual links and enhance active transportation connections. So we've accounted for that in our plan, in our setbacks, and we'll be working with the city at the site plan stage to achieve a detailed landscape design that's consistent with the vision for these green corridors. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of the building along Albert Street, and I would just emphasize this is preliminary and really meant to illustrate the massing and the fenestration. This won't be a white building. This is mostly a massing diagram that through the detailed design will advance materiality, colors. That's all at site plan. But this is meant to show you what the actual built form would look like. And this perspective gives you a somewhat better sense of the recessed corner condition and what that looks like. And then we've got an overhang of the upper levels there, which will offer some cover for pedestrians. Again, integrating trees and other plantings wherever feasible along Albert Street, while still allowing for functional access, because this is where we're going to have our entrance to the underground garage that's on the far right at the rear of the building, access to a dedicated loading space, and it's also a secondary residential entrance. So taking those features into account and incorporating as many street trees and landscape treatment as we can. Next slide, please. And then this rendering shows you a bit more of a front view from Princess Street. Again, the color and the detailed materiality will be refined through site plan stage. I think I'd mentioned before that this is not a site within the corridor that's required to have ground floor commercial, but we have provided taller first floor heights to provide the future flexibility should it need to be converted. As well, the ground floor along Princess Street, we're trying something a little bit different here. We've designed that space to accommodate live work units. So these are units that are intended to have a workspace or business while also providing living quarters for that same business owner. So this is a great option for providing more flexibility and flexible living and working environments for like small businesses, startups, or just people who want a small commercial space that's close to home. I think especially now that people have become accustomed to working from home and the benefits that offers. And I think these spaces will also help contribute to Kingston's sustainability goals because occupants' commutes are essentially reduced to walking to a different space in their own unit. Next slide, please. So sustainability, in fact, has been a fundamental consideration in the design of this development. In 2019, Council passed a motion, as we know, officially declaring a climate emergency for the purpose of framing the city's commitment to protecting ecosystems and our community from climate change. And the building's design and construction methods are a direct response to that declaration. So the goal is for this to be a low carbon building that's highly efficient. Podium has retained N-Form architects and also Integral Architecture. They're both leaders in net zero carbon design in Canada. This will be a high performance building. It'll include a geo-exchange heating and cooling system, a window to wall ratio that's no greater than 40%, EV charging stations, the use of well insulated assemblies that will minimize thermal transmittance and bridging. As well, the project will also achieve what's called Fitwell certification. This is a certification process that ensures that that buildings are designed in a way that prioritizes the wellness and the health of its residents. In terms of some of the details around the proposed development itself, the submitted application proposes 186 units, which comprises a mix of studios, 1 beds, 2 beds, and 3 beds. The floor plates and like the structural stacking have been designed to be flexible so that units could be combined to create different or larger units should market changes warrant more of those unit types. And as I noted, the ground floor space on Princess Street has been designed to accommodate 5 live-work units. Next slide, please. This building will include a little over 2,000 square meters of amenity space. That's roughly 22,000 square feet, which is 11 square meters per unit, which exceeds the minimum requirement of the zoning. Parking is primarily proposed underground with access provided off of Albert from an entrance located towards the rear of the building. That's sort of that light gray color. The underground garage will have 26 spaces, or the plan that was submitted included 26 spaces. And then there's 4 at-grade spaces as well beside the garage ramp. Bike parking is proposed at a ratio of 1.8 spaces per unit, so almost double, located in a secure bike storage room. We did submit this application in May, so at this point we have received preliminary comments from staff. We've begun making revisions to the plan to respond to these comments, but we haven't submitted a response yet or a second submission until we were able to have this public consultation. And then we'll be in a position, once we've heard from the community, to finalize updated plans for resubmission. Next slide, please. That being said, we did want to highlight some of the changes that we've already been considering to the plan. The original plan included a 3-meter setback from Princess Street in accordance with the new updates. But we since learned that a 1-meter road widening will be taken from Princess, which would reduce us to 2. So we would have needed relief in front yard setback. We recognize that providing an improved and a more spacious public realm along Princess was like one of the main considerations in the recent update. So we'll be pulling that ground floor back further, an additional meter, so that we achieve that 3 meters even once the road widening is taken. We're also planning to shave off some of the mass at the back of the building on Albert Street to provide just an improved building transition towards the neighborhood to the south. And that'll be done through step backs at the 5th and 6th story. So the building will come down to 4 stories where it abuts the neighborhood to the south. Our original submission had a greater number of studios and 1-bedroom units and a smaller number of the 2 and the 3 beds. We do intend to redistribute this mix to add more of the larger unit counts, which will in turn actually, we're anticipating the overall unit count to shrink because of that. Which will in turn reduce our proposed density as well. We have been able to reconfigure the underground garage a little bit to incorporate some additional parking spaces. So this, combined with the lower unit count we're expecting, our parking ratio will go up slightly. And like I said, these changes we've already been considering based on comments we've received from staff to date. And then once we hear from committee and the community, then we'll be in a position to finalize any updates before we even come back for a recommendation. Next slide, please. So quickly now, just current zoning. This property is in the Williamsville C4 zone, which permits a wide range of commercial uses and residential in upper levels and at grade as well on side streets. I did want to highlight that the properties that this property abuts are actually all commercially zoned. So you can see the one property beside it on Princess Street to the east actually wraps this property around its southern boundary, half of its southern boundary, which is important to keep in mind as we kind of design the building interface with that property, because it's commercially zoned and actually developed now with a mixed use building. As well, the property immediately to the south on Albert Street, that dwelling is also within the Williamsville or the Princess Street corridor special policy area. So in fact, the Williamsville area extends even further south beyond this site. It's intended to be part of the corridor. Next slide, please. So we are before you tonight for a zoning amendment, and appreciating that the changes to the Williamsville policy framework were recently approved. We did want to highlight that the majority of the requirements are being met in this development, particularly as they relate to the built form. That was really important to us, that we get that right. So when it comes to built form, we're within the maximum overall permitted height. The street wall is right.
Excuse me, you have 5 more minutes. So
thank you, Councillor Neal. That works perfectly. We've brought the building up to the street. The Albert Street setback is met as well. The upper level step backs are met. At grade conditions are met as well. First floor height and penthouse area, as well as what I'm calling more of the site function provisions. Most of them are being met as well, including loading requirements, amenity space, bike parking stalls, accessible dimensions, where parking is permitted to be located, and the ground floor commercial permissions. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the reliefs that we're requesting. So first of all, live work units are not contemplated in the zoning bylaw. So we're proposing a new definition, and that it be a permitted use in this zone. We will know this zoning represents our original submission. The front yard setback reliefs we originally requested, we no longer are requesting, as we'll be pulling that first floor back from the street. We are seeking relief in the rear yard to 0 meters, and this reflects where the building is set back at that southeast corner where it abuts that commercially zoned property developed with the mixed use building. We are proposing a moderate increase in coverage from 70 to 77%, but we do expect there will be sufficient room for streetscaping, rear outdoor amenity, and stormwater management can be dealt with. We are seeking relief in the height for the mechanical penthouse, in particular, just the elevator overrun, which just needs that little bit of extra height beyond 3.5 meters for its mechanical equipment, but it won't be visible from the pedestrian level. We are proposing a reduced parking ratio of 0.16 spaces per unit, which would result in 30 parking spaces. Again, based on our expected reduction in units and increased parking supply, this ratio will go up slightly, but a parking study was submitted that reviewed and supported this ratio, mostly based on just this area's overall walkability, access to active forms of transportation, transit, and existing commercial and service uses. We are proposing a reduction in parking width to 5.5 meters to make for a more efficient underground parking garage layout. Finally, density, we're also proposing an increase. Again, that was largely based on servicing constraints and ensuring that there is capacity, which there is based on a study from Forefront Engineering. And finally, I'll just touch on accessible parking really quickly. We are proposing 3 accessible parking spaces, which represents 10% of the parking we're proposing on site, which is over double that which is permitted or required by AODA. I know I'm running out of time, and if there are questions and concerns about this, I'd be happy to speak more about that proposed reduction. Next slide, please. So I'll just wrap up here. I appreciate your time and indulging me in providing a little bit of that history and where we're coming from. I think the plan before you tonight, which will be subject to more changes and refinements, is really a reflection of the recent Williamsville policy amendments. It was critical to us that the building, generally conformed to the built form requirements that were clarified through the recent amendments. We're excited, I think, that we can actually achieve a building that's viable within 6 stories, and that will be, I think, one of the most efficient and sustainable developer-led projects in the city's seen to date. So, we appreciate the constructive feedback we've received from staff, and I think it'll make it a better building. And we look forward to receiving your comments and answering any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now open it up under our new protocol to the public to ask questions. I will remind the public that you should identify yourself by name and address, and you should recognize that you have 5 minutes. And I will give you a 30-second heads up when we get close to that. So, Elizabeth, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you. To those who are joining us this evening as members of the public, this is a time for you to speak. If you would wish to speak during this portion, please raise your hand in Zoom. This can be located in the center of your screen when you move the mouse over the center of the window. If you are joining us by phone, you will need to press *9. And Mr. Chair, we are going to start with John Grenville.
Hello, Mr. Grenville. The floor is yours.
Have I unmuted?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Good, thank you. My name is John Grenville. I live at 24 Jenkins Street, a block away from the property under consideration tonight. I've been closely involved and provided lots of input into the original Williamsville Main Street study that was approved in 2012, and also the Williamsville Main Street update that was put in place in July this year. I have to say, I wrote some of this before, in fact, I heard the presentation tonight. But I will say it's discouraging to see a proposal coming forward with requests to reduce the setbacks and reduce the parking significantly. And within weeks, it's all being done within weeks of the implementation of the update. In terms of the parking, the request is to reduce it to 0.16 spaces per unit, or in other words, to a vehicle for every 6 units. There is a parking justification on one hand that refers to being geared towards general occupancy, that is, for recent graduates, young professionals, and families expected to form a notable portion of future residents of the development. In other words, not just students. The parking rate for the young professionals and family group is quoted as 0.38 spaces per unit, but the study concludes that only 0.25 spaces per unit will be needed in the future. In terms of the student market, it uses some Oshawa examples, which range from 0.16 to 0.21 spaces per unit, but then concludes the circumstances for the proposed Kingston development are different, and the parking ratio should be less. So it's hard to sort of read the parking study and to sort of figure out how they've arrived at 0.16. It doesn't get any better when we look at what parking studies showed for nearby developments. Across the street at 575 Princess Street, the building will have a ratio of 0.5 spaces per unit. A few blocks up the street at Victoria and Princess, the new development under construction is providing parking at the rate of 0.47 spaces per unit. And all of these parking studies, these 3 parking studies for the one under consideration and the 2 I just mentioned, were all done by the same company, but the parking ratios are significantly different. There is an argument that things have changed since these studies were done and will change in the future, but the rate of change will need to be exponential to catch up with the proposed ratio of 0.16 for this development. I'm pleased to hear tonight that the setback on the Princess Street side will be 3 meters rather than the 2 meters that was originally proposed. That was an important part of improving the public realm and the pedestrian experience, and was part of what was done during the update. So I'm pleased to see that. Those of us who live in Williamsville near Princess Street have watched the Main Street study closely in terms of how the adjoining low-rise residential areas adjacent to Princess Street are impacted by the development on the main street. One of the guiding principles of the original study was, and I quote, to protect existing residential areas from negative impacts. Although the protection provided in the original study was watered down in the update, an 8-meter rear setback was included in the update. To reduce this to a 0 setback for the rear lot line is a retrograde step. So in summary, the parking ratio needs to be fixed. I'm glad to see the 3-meter setback is being put in place. And the protection of the low-rise residential immediately adjacent to the proposed development needs to be fixed as well. A 0 setback is not what's intended. Williamsville Main Street zoning bylaws were approved less than 2 months ago. The changes being requested would negate some of the hard work and thinking that went into the update. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Granville. Who's next, Elizabeth?
Next to speak, Mr. Chair, is Annette Burfoot, who has a presentation as well.
Thank you. I'm just going to wait for that. There, thank you. There we go.
Perfect.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me?
We can indeed.
Thank you. So my name is Annette Burfoot. I'm secretary of the Building Kingston's Future Incorporated, and I'm speaking on behalf of that incorporation today. Please note that my address is in this area, so I also have a lot of personal interest in what's going on here and have been watching, as well as Mr. Granville, what's been going on in the Williamsville Main Street development. And so my presentation, brief, 7 slides, is basically an illustration of a lot of what Mr. Grenville just said. Next slide, please. This is the beautiful picture that we were presented with and promised, which represents a plan for this place. It is indeed dappled with sunlight, lots of trees, active, green. It looks like a nice place to be. Next slide, please. This is what we have. I took these photos this afternoon, about 4 hours ago. This is Williamsville. On the right is, it's exactly the same spot on Princess Street. On the right is no new build. On the left is a new build. The no new build, is drab and dingy as it is actually more green than the new build area in terms of a streetscape and wider. So these new builds are not bringing the vivacity as promised. So I'm very skeptical about this proposal. Next slide, please. Here we are. This looks clean and promising. And I actually borrowed this comment from Mr. Grenville. The ink isn't even dry on the Williamsville Main Street update, and the first one being considered is asking for variances. I share with Mr. Grenville the promising prospect of going back to the proper front setback in the front. That is good news. Next slide, please. Here we have a building that is directly west, immediately west of the proposed site. On the left, you're looking down towards the site. On the right, you're looking up away from it. This is a new building that has been built. And if you look at the way the cars are parked, it looks like the lot line might come further towards the street. I'm not clear on that. So it could even reduce, even adhering to what is proposed could reduce the width of the sidewalk. And I am not seeing anything green, and I'm not seeing anything vibrant in this scene. Next slide, please. Now let's go to the rear setback. This building is directly west, immediately west of the proposed site. It's about 1 block west, or 1 building further on. There's a building between this building and the proposed site. It's a new build, and it's smack, this is its rear facing, smack right up against this low density residential area. And this is what it looks like when you have some setback. Imagine 0 meter setback. Next slide, please. This is what we are suggesting to the planning committee. Stick to the plan that was recently created and say no to reduce setbacks. And in this case, it will be the back. The other point I would put in is, the question is, how can we believe what is proposed here will meet what is again promised in terms of a green, vibrant streetscape? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I've lost Elizabeth on my screen, but who's up next, Elizabeth?
Mr. Chair, next to speak is Joan Bowie.
Thank you. Ms. Bowie, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Joan Bowie, 414 Albert Street. I won't repeat many of the points that have been raised tonight that do concern me, such as the Princess Street setback, and in particular as well, the 8 meter setback that is missing in the rear. I will raise a couple of other points. The church property across the street received approval, I believe, from planning, and I don't believe it was included in this application as we saw what's to be developed there. And the reason I'm bringing it up is it too has a loading zone. It has a loading zone, and the loading zone is going to be pretty close across the street. It's proposing to have a cafeteria, it's proposing to have a cafe. So there will be many deliveries to the place across the street. You too have a loading zone, and I just don't know how these are all going to mesh. So therefore, I think it's very important to have more space than less. Second of all, I'm concerned that this is going forward. Again, we do not have any transportation review. So I'm concerned our car is going to be able to turn off Princess Street from both directions. You're going to have, we've got across the street, the outflow traffic from the big property across the street is going to come onto Albert at Princess. Then we have 2 developments on either side of Albert below Princess, south of Princess, and I just don't know how all of these cars and trucks, deliveries, garbage, and everything is going to come together in that space. So it's very unfortunate, and it's not to do with this application, but it's very unfortunate that we do not have a transportation plan. Right now, the students are back. The students do not walk 2 by 2 down the street. The students cover the street. The sidewalks are not wide enough, and it's going to be dangerous if we do not do something about this transportation plan. The third point I'll raise is, what exactly is a live-work situation? I mean, many people have been living and working in their home this past year, and around me, including my own household, we have self-employed people who have lived and worked at home for, in my case, my husband's whole career. So I just don't know why we're having this classification, and does it mean that they're going to be employees coming into the place? Because if that's the situation, then that sort of, to me, would mean that you need more space and more parking if it's not just an individual self-employed person, such as I see around me, where they're not offices, they're just self-employed writers in this case who are at home. So if the live work situation means clients coming in and out, I think we need to reconsider that because there's going to be no parking on Princess Street. I don't know how that's going to work. So I won't repeat all the important memos about setbacks, but those are my 3 points then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joan. And I'll go back to Elizabeth. Are there any more hands waving?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Next is Vicky Schmolka.
And Vicky, the chair is yours.
Thank you very much. How discouraging to have to speak tonight. I really feel quite annoyed that this proposal is before you with all these seemingly minor little, please forgive us for this and please forgive us for that. And aren't we doing wonderfully? And it is wonderful to hear the applicant talk about all the green climate change friendly measures. At the same time, though, you're being asked for a zero setback from the nearest property, going from the required 8 meters to 0 meters. Like, just say no. I'm also concerned, as you've heard before, about 258 parking spaces for bicycles in a big room. Like, it just doesn't work. The city needs to acknowledge that if you're reducing parking, you need to have lockers for bicycles, individual metal lockers, so that someone who has a bicycle and uses it for transportation isn't going to worry about leaving it in the storage locker. Like, there's just no way 258 spaces in a room are going to work. And I note the applicant is asking for a reduction from 0.6 meters in width to 0.4 meters in width. I just wish that we could come to an agreement about what's required for bicycle parking in a building and move forward, because this is, it's not sensible. I also really worry about the reduction in accessible parking spaces. So you're supposed to be providing 8 here as a city, and they're asking for 3. And so we reduce the amount of parking that's required in a building because of climate change and changes in how people are doing. Accessible parking for people with mobility challenges should not be reduced. They need the parking. We're not going to ever get away from no parking for anybody. People with mobility issues really need it. So I'm very upset that there's this attempt to shrink how many spaces are there for people with accessibility challenges. I'd like to ask whether the 3 meters that are now being promised include an overhang of the first floor. Like, it looks like the building's being pushed back 3 meters, but there's an overhang. So really, the pleasant experience on the sidewalk hasn't been improved if there's a building looming over top of you when you've had this extra space on the sidewalk. So I'd like some clarity on that, please. And I'd like to point out that the penthouse is actually an extra story. Not because of perhaps its coverage on the building, but because they're asking for a penthouse that's 2.4 meters higher than allowed. I forget it's 3.5 and it's going to 5.8 or something. I think I did my math correctly, but that's, 3 meters is a story. So let's be frank, this is a 7-story building. And yes, I heard Ms. Wood say the pedestrians won't see it. Well, that's the old argument. If you're at the base of the building, you won't see the top of the roof, but anywhere else in the city, this will be seen as an extra story. So you can tell from my voice that I'm a little tired of all the blah blah that makes everything sound so pretty when you get really right down to it. There's a lot that's wrong with this proposal, and I'm glad Ms. Wood said that they're going to be listening to the technical review in the comments tonight, because I think if they really are a developer who cares about the city and the future of Williamsville and wants to build a good building, they have to get away from asking for all this forgiveness on the zoning when all of this, as other people have said, have just been created. And I don't think this proposal in any ways reflects the new reality. I mean, how many times does, and I'll name a company, Amazon or a similar delivery service, come to these buildings? I think it's a huge problem, and I'd like to ask Ms. Wood how that is being accommodated in the design. How is the ongoing delivery of food, of product, going to affect traffic, parking? Where do those trucks pull in? Where do they stop while they discharge their cargo? So I guess that's all. I just really would like to encourage you to have the courage to say, we have a new plan for Williamsville. Please stick to it. Don't come to us with these changes that really affect the consistency and integrity of the plan. They're an insult. And really, I feel as planning committee members, you should feel insulted that this is before you. I hope you have the courage to say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schmolka. Elizabeth, who's up next?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't currently have any hands on my screen. Perhaps we could do a final call before turning over to the applicant to respond. So if there's any other members of the public who wish to speak to the current application on the floor, if you could please raise your hand in Zoom so that we may call on you. Again, the button to raise your hand is located in the center of the Zoom window when you move your mouse over the window. Mr. Chair, there are no further hands. Oh, and you are unmuted. There we go.
I just muted myself thinking I was already unmuted. So thank you very much to all of the public that spoke. I will now turn it over to Ms. Wood to respond to those comments and questions, and I will give our staff an opportunity if anything comes up that they'd like to speak to as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, first of all, thank you to everyone who's come out, reviewed the application and commented tonight. These are a lot of familiar, I'll say voices because we can't see you, haven't seen you in a year and a half. But we recognize you because we know you've been involved this whole time and we appreciate the feedback. I might just take a brief moment to introduce Christian Huggett, and I don't know if he can just simply turn on his video or if the clerk has to initiate that. I'll field these questions, but I know Christian is here tonight representing the developer, and certainly if he wants to weigh in on any of this, feel free, Christian. But maybe I'll start with responding to some of these questions, and if you'd like to add more, please feel free. So yeah, I think the parking ratio is low. It is expected to increase slightly because we are reducing the unit count and adding some more spaces, but I do think that this ratio is taking the climate emergency seriously. We're trying to achieve the lowest carbon building possible here. And I think part of that is taking advantage of the site's access to transit, access to bike lanes, access to nearby commercial uses that are within walking distance. And I think those who choose to live here will be those who are subscribing to a lifestyle that doesn't involve owning a personal vehicle. Certainly there were questions about the methodology of the parking study, which we've made note of and can, I think, clarify some of those items with our traffic consultant when we respond back to the city. I did want to just point out quickly a provision that was introduced through the new updates to the zoning to Williamsville. And those are the parking requirements that include a minimum of 0.4 and a maximum of 1 per unit. Then it goes on to say, this provision shall not be construed to prohibit a reduction in the minimum number of parking spaces required if such reduction is authorized through a minor variance or rezoning in accordance with the Planning Act. So, I think that provision was introduced kind of anticipating that there might be sites and scenarios in which it's appropriate to further reduce that parking ratio through a process, through a review of a parking study by a qualified expert. So I just wanted to highlight that because yes, it is something we're proposing to amend after these new amendments have come forward, but a further reduction is specifically contemplated or considered in the updated zoning bylaw. And I just wanted to now speak to reduced 8-meter rear yard setback, because I think it's important to provide some additional context here. And I wondered if maybe the clerk could share slide 19 from our presentation. I think we need a visual to assist with describing this. There's been a lot of change actually over the years in the Williamsville requirements related to rear yard setback, how it's interpreted, how it's applied. Thank you to the clerk. One thing I wanted to just emphasize is, I think I pointed it out before, the property immediately to the east is a commercial property. It's part of that Williamsville corridor, and it fully wraps around the backside or half of the backside of this site, which it's that portion of the site where we're proposing that 0-meter setback, where it abuts a site that's within the corridor, developed with multi-story commercial uses already. We're not proposing that 0-meter setback where it backs onto an existing dwelling. The Williamsville zoning requirements for interior side lot lines. So, the side lot line, for example, that's perpendicular to Princess Street has a 0-meter setback as of right. And that's because the zoning wants to facilitate, reduced setbacks between developments and buildings within the corridor. So I just wanted to emphasize that context, because I think it's important to note that, yes, it's a reduction, but it's somewhat technical because we're actually backing on to a Williamsville property in this location. We are proposing, thank you, not 0 meters where it abuts that first dwelling on Albert Street. We are proposing a 1.2 meter setback. We are, as I said, going to be shaving the building back in that location to provide stepping, so that it's only 4 stories plus that setback. And I also want to emphasize as well is that next property to the south is within the Princess Street corridor designation. It's not within the residential designation. So in fact, that site is intended to be part of this corridor and part of that intensification, and in and of itself almost serves as a transition site to further south where there is sort of long-term, more stable residential areas planned. I think I would completely agree that a lot of the projects to date have failed and have not met the intent of the Williamsville study, especially some that we saw that had ground floor that's partially below grade, which is unfortunate. We're proposing 4.6 meter tall ground floor heights here for that high quality, if it were to go commercial, that high quality space. And I think part of the challenge with the previous provisions was the 1 meter setback from Princess. There simply wasn't enough room to incorporate benches and street trees and lighting and spill out commercial space. And I think with that 3 meter setback, which we'll be providing, and an increased setback on Albert too, which is a priority green street, we'll have more of that room to provide more of the landscaping and other features that will hopefully look more consistent with those pretty renderings found in the Williamsville Main Street study. So I think with respect to the comment on the church across the street, that we'll check in with staff, I think, on that and see where they're at with approvals and their site design. And if they are in fact, far enough along that they have access and loading planned, we're going to need to take a look at those plans and make sure that our plans will work and function and that there won't be any conflicts. So thank you for pointing that out, and we'll consult staff on that and take a look at the plans for that site. Concerns raised about all the parking spaces being located within a dedicated room. The zoning bylaw requires bike parking to be secured and covered, but certainly I think we can take that back and see if maybe we can incorporate an alternative style of storage that's maybe more of a locker format, in addition to standard racks, provide that flexibility. So thank you for that comment. I think the reduction in bike parking stall width is probably, committee's heard that before. I think quite often we come in for that reduction request, because I think the reason is that there are now very standard functional racking systems that work at that width that maybe, weren't around or weren't considered years and years ago when the zoning bylaw was prepared with that dimension. So we are finding that dimension does work. Racking systems are available, are functional, and we've seen them implemented at other developments. Accessible parking spaces. I did want to linger on this one more in my presentation, but I was cognizant of the time. We're proposing 3 accessible parking spaces. That represents 10% of the parking proposed on site, and is in fact more than double what's required by AODA. The zoning bylaw requires 4% of required parking to be accessible spaces. And historically, the way the city has applied this is to the pre-reduced requirement and doesn't take into account, potential relief or reduction in the actual number of parking spaces provided. If we were to provide the 8 spaces at the pre-reduced 4%, we would end up with 27% of the parking spaces in this development would be permit accessible only. And certainly we want to provide as an accessible development as possible, but the reality is almost 30% of the parking is accessible permit parking only. Majority of it is going to be vacant. Podium owns a number of buildings and units around the city, and I think only a handful of them actually of the existing accessible spaces are used by tenants who have those permits. So we're trying to balance providing an appropriate amount that's consistent with the AODA, but also not ending up with half a parking lot underground that can't actually be used by residents. So I think at the 3 spaces we're proposing is 10% of the parking on site. So and meets AODA. So we're confident that it'll meet the accessible needs of users and tenants of this development. Yeah, Christian, did you want to weigh in?
I'll recognize Mr. Huggett.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Ms. Wood. And thanks, everyone. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Christian Huggett. I'm the VP of Development from Podium. Thank you all for joining us tonight. We know it's a nice summer night, so thank you for those who are attending and for those who provided comments. I recognize a lot of them. I have met several of you. I myself have been with Podium for 8 years, but also was in Jen's seat for several years beforehand. So I had met some of you through that as well in our previous applications and projects. What I can tell you from the comments I've heard is that I'm hearing a bunch of comments that are concerned about this project, but I'm also hearing some comments that are concerned about the greater context of Williamsville in change. And I found it really helpful with the slides that were presented by Ms. Burfoot with the pictures, because I was looking at some of those. I think one of them was ours. I recognized one at the first on the left, which I will tell you, because I was part of that application, Unity Point, which is 333 University, which kids moved in yesterday, was first started over 8 years ago. And that's the sort of length of development cycle for a project that we are involved in. So that project, you know, and sometimes it's longer. 600 Princess, I know our partners have owned for 6 or 7 years already before we've even started applications. And by the time we're through planning, whatever that looks like, and would build the building, it might be a 12-year cycle. We're in a very, very interesting time that we are seeing as developers in that. And me, I was a former planner and urban designer and architect working, designing these buildings in various places across Ontario. And we are seeing that our buildings built in infill areas are really, people are choosing them often because of lifestyle choices, as well as proximity to adjacent uses. There's no secret that Podium has built a lot of buildings that have students in them. And we will have students in this building as well. And we believe and have proved and understood that students are walking to school primarily. So I just want to, I'm just giving you some context, Councillor, if I could, from us.
I appreciate that. And with all due respect, I'd appreciate if you address the specific questions that came out of the public.
Sure, sorry.
Thank you very much. No problem.
No problem. Really what I was getting at, there was questions or comments made about parking. So we are seeing that parking is in all of our projects. There is a reduced demand. To the accessible comment, I will reiterate, when we're providing exceptional amounts of accessible parking, they sit vacant. We have a handful at most of people who have permits who are requesting them. So it exacerbates the concerns about parking or parking reduction because you have stalls that are sitting vacant. So we are very concerned about providing vacant spots, particularly when they're required underground. And as part of responding to the Williamsville, each parking spot costs a considerable amount of money. To your other comments and questions, I believe about the rear yard, I think Ms. Wood has answered that, and the others about function packages and that, we certainly have those delineated. We are responding with package rooms, you know, professional management that allows those things to be included in the ground floors. There is, as shown, a dedicated loading space, which will allow for deliveries at any time, as well as some surface spaces, which can allow for quick drop-offs and pickups, as well as for car sharing and et cetera. So again, I'll turn it over back. I just want to give sort of our developer context of being in Kingston for 17 years, building and developing. We are very looking forward to working with everyone and hopefully being able to respond as well as we can. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Ms. Wood, have you completed your comments or was there any?
I think sorry, thank you. I think there was just one more that I had, and I'm glad, Christian, you spoke to the question around short-term parking needs. Just reiterating that there are 4 surface parking spaces that we could certainly look at maybe dedicating for short-term use. So, because I know Albert Street is a permit street and Princess Street has no on-street parking. So we'll look at that certainly. And finally, just clarifying the height of the added height of the penthouse. So, and this is something we'll clarify with staff through the final zoning. It wouldn't apply, the increased height would not apply to the entire mechanical penthouse. We really only need it for that elevator overrun. The updated Williamsville provisions reduced the height to 3.5 meters for all mechanical overrun equipment. But it's important to keep in mind that if a standard residential story is 3 to 3.5 meters, the box of the elevator plus the mechanics above it to pull it up and down are going to extend taller than that. So we have looked to see if there's alternative technology, but a little bit of relief just on that overrun is what we're requesting to allow for that extra equipment. And I think limited to that elevator box will have pretty limited visual impacts from the street. And I think that was it for me. Thank you, Councillor Neal.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. I see Ms. Robideau is on the screen. Was there anything you wish to add?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note the status of the planning applications that we have received for the church site located west of the subject property, the future home of home-based housing. That site has received approvals for zoning and is in the final stages of its site plan control application. So that's something that staff are happy to review further and coordinate with the applicants in terms of having a look at how that future site would interface with what's being proposed on this site, in particular in terms of loading areas and access points to both sites.
I appreciate that. And those would be available on Dash as well, I'm presuming.
Certainly, the plans for that site are publicly available on Dash.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So just a reminder to the public, if there's a question that you feel wasn't adequately answered, please forward it to Ms. Robideau or Mr. Barr, and it will be official correspondence and we'll seek out the answers for you. So I'll declare the public meeting now closed and we'll move into, oh yes, Elizabeth, there's something I must have forgotten.
No, sorry, Mr. Chair. I think I actually misunderstood you. I thought you were closing the whole public meeting, but I wanted to make sure that the councillors were given a chance. Thank you.
Absolutely not. So we will now go to members of the committee who will have an opportunity to ask questions. Remember, this isn't an opportunity to make judgments or comments. This is an opportunity to ask for clarification. So I appreciate that. So the floor is now open to members of the committee, and we'll go through the committee first, and then we'll recognize Councillor Chappelle, and then we will go on to the next public meeting. So just raise your hand if you wish to ask any questions of the proponents or our staff, and they will be answered as each question is presented. So who would like to go first? Councillor Kiley.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and through you, thanks, Ms. Wood and Mr. Huguette for your presentation, your time, and all the members of the public who spoke. I'm actually hoping that our staff could clarify the process and let the members of the public know where we're at in the process of this application. And I'm thinking specifically, there's at least one comment from the members of the public that committee should just say no to this proposal. But staff, could you, I'm trying to make this a question. Can you help us understand what comes next in terms of this proposal moving through the planning process?
Certainly, thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to address that question. So the application has gone through one cycle of technical review. So staff have provided back technical comments on the first submission. And so we're awaiting a response from the applicant to those questions and comments that have been provided. And that technical report is publicly available on Dash. And so once we receive a resubmission from the applicant, we'll continue that technical review process until it's at such a point that the technical review process is complete and staff can proceed with preparing a comprehensive report with a recommendation to bring forward to Planning Committee and Council. So certainly not at a stage yet where any recommendation is being brought forward.
Thank you. And Ms. Robodeau, through you, Mr. Chair, what are the other ways that members of the public can continue to have their voice heard on this file? Again, recognizing that we're not actually making a decision at this point.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. So as the technical review process continues to carry forward up until the time that a comprehensive report is brought to Planning Committee, we're certainly open to continuing to receive feedback from members of the public. They're welcome to contact myself directly or to submit comments in writing, both of which would be included on the record, and a formal response to those comments that we received tonight and those comments that we receive in writing prior to tonight and after tonight would all be included within the future comprehensive report, along with a response from staff prepared in collaboration with the applicant where required.
Thanks so much. My final question, Mr. Chair, through you to the applicant or to the applicant's planner. Ms. Wood, you, in my mind, articulated quite well a number of technical reasons why some of the variances you're asking for are potentially inconsequential. One that I didn't hear you talk much about, though, was density. What's proposed is nearly quadruple what's allowed. And as we heard from members of the public, we literally just made these rules. So I'm hoping that you could take a few minutes to explain why such an increase in density is, in your mind, appropriate in this context.
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. And I'm wondering actually if I could pull up another slide, if the clerk would be so kind. It's slide 24. Might actually assist a little bit with this discussion. And you know, I first would reiterate that, and if you kind of read through, or my understanding based on reading through all of the supporting documentation from the updates, was that the density cap was for the most part introduced to consider servicing capacity, and that there was a known servicing capacity at that time. And this density spread over the entire corridor could work. But if increased density is proposed, that would trigger a planning process, a minor variance, or a zoning bylaw amendment, which would require a case-by-case review of whether at that moment in time capacity is available. And based on the servicing report that was completed, there aren't any concerns with capacity and servicing this development. And if you recall, the original Williamsville provisions did away with density altogether. The idea being, we don't want to curb density here. This is where we want to see intensification. In terms of how many people are located here, I think the challenge was how to curb density in built form, which was the challenges really that were worked through in the updates and those height changes. But I'd also and I think just to speak to this slide a bit, density, when we calculate it by units per net hectare, which is how the bylaw calculates it, it's really one of several ways to examine intensity of development. And sometimes it doesn't fully accurately reflect density of development in terms of how many people are actually going to be living in a project, because it doesn't factor in unit size and number of bedrooms. So in this slide, the scenario on the left considers if we used our 8-story built form with the step backs that are, what did I say, 6, sorry, thank you, Christian. 6-story built form. As of right, you get, the units that would be permitted in that built form based on the 210 dwelling units per hectare is 55. You'd be allowed to have 55 units on this site. when you divide that by the GFA that fits into the 6-story built form, you get 1,800 square foot units. At 1,800 square foot units, through layout, you could comfortably fit 330 bedrooms, which would not in any way be regulated through density. You would just simply have same amount of space, fewer units, and a lot more bedrooms and a lot more people. What we're proposing, so on the right-hand side, is the same built form and 100 fewer bedrooms, just in a different unit configuration. So it's just something that I do want to highlight, that it's the dwelling units per hectare is just one piece of the overall density puzzle, but we want to get away from that. And I think that's partly what the Williamsville study was trying to do, was to try to reduce pressure on the near campus area, which had 7-8 bedroom houses, and actually have, you know, more purpose-built, smaller units, greater intensity in the Williamsville corridor. If that helps or answers your question.
That does help. And I think there's a bigger conversation to be pursued at another time, probably around comprehensive report and through the technical review before that. But recognizing our new streamlined process, I'm going to leave it at that for now. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I noticed Mr. Huggett had his hand up. You're okay? Okay. Any other member of the committee wish to speak? Yes, Councillor Hill.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just I know there was a lot of details left around the, you talked about the massing of the building, and the diagram sort of was really to illustrate that. But there looked like there were openings, and I was just wondering, is there an intent to include balconies as part of this project? And if so, has there been an overlook study? I guess that's my question.
Thank you. And through the chair, there won't be individual balconies proposed. There is rooftop amenity proposed, which I think at a 6-story height will be quite comfortable. And once we get to more of the site plan, we'll look at things like screening, vegetation, those kinds of things to make sure that overlook onto adjacent properties isn't an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Councillor Hutchison, and then I'll ask Councillor Kiley to take the chair. But go ahead, Councillor Hutchison.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seemed kind of vague when you were talking about the greater mix in unit types. First of all, I want to ask a technical question. When you talk about studio units, you're talking about bachelors? One and the same thing? Okay, just to be sure. Okay, so can you give us example or a further detail on what kind of mix of units you've got there? Right at the moment, you've got total preponderance of one bedrooms, either through bachelor or one bedrooms themselves.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, the original submission, which is the only information at this point that yourselves and the public have been able to view, included a total of 186 units. 77 are studios or bachelors, 81 were 1-beds, 12 2-bed units, and 16 3-bedroom units. That was feedback we heard from staff, which is, can we look at redistributing that mix? And we are. We're still kind of reworking those floor plans and those floor plates to increase that mix. And what we're also doing is we're trying to design the floor plates and the structural stacking so that they could fairly easily be, smaller units could be merged quite easily should the market kind of demand more larger units, like 3-bed units. I think what we're finding is, and Christian, feel free to weigh in on this if you'd like, that, you know, the 3 and 4-bed spaces are, you know, exist already in the community, in existing dwellings, and that there's a lack of supply of the smaller units, the 1 beds and the bachelors, that traditionally haven't been available so much to this neighborhood. So I think that's what we're trying to achieve, is to balance out and to increase that supply that's otherwise fairly low, but also recognizing we do want to make sure that this building can accommodate not just students, so providing that appropriate mix and increasing some of those larger bed units.
Okay, so do you have any idea of how you're going to redistribute those units? Basically what you told me is in the report. So I'm looking for some idea about how you're going to adjust to the request of staff.
Mr. Huggett.
Yeah, through you, Councillor Chair. We are looking at more 2-beds, Councillor, and have been looking at reducing some of the studios or bachelors, to your question. So we are, I think we're looking at a net from our initial thoughts of around 10 units less, 9 or 10 units less, I believe, and a redistribution of that. I don't have those, I don't have that number now. Like I said, we haven't formalized anything. We've just been doing some sketching and some ideas about preparing some initial responses to technical comments. But that's the sort of the general thrust of where we were thinking.
Okay, so this of course has got to do with the city's concern that that housing be adjustable to more than student population.
Correct.
The chair knows all about that. I just want to say that I have the concern, similar concern about the density that Councillor Kiley raised. What it does seem, I don't know what you would say, that you're cutting back on significantly on parking in order to increase your units. And so the density is being increased at the expense of parking. Do you have a comment on that?
Mr. Huggett.
Through you, Chair, I do. We do believe that the two aren't necessarily. The two don't necessarily mean that they're hand in hand. In that you can increase density and reduce parking because of the justification that our consultants have provided us and our general outlook on what we think is appropriate. We talked about what fits in the envelope, the volume. You know, that was what Ms. Wood was talking about, that slide. So that's sort of controlling through built form, which you have done through Williamsville. And so we are just redistributing that within it. In terms of parking though, as I mentioned, we believe that in 5 years' time, when this building is built, that the input and demand for parking will be even reduced to today. And we did our one of the presenters talked about, I think it was John, talking about 0.5, 0.47, some of the ratios that were approved. 575 is our project across the street at 575 Princess, the full block. We're at 0.5, and that is 2 full levels on a full city block. We actually believe that we might need 0.2 or less in that project when it's built. It will be built in 2 years. It's already under construction, as I'm sure you've seen. And our parking demand will be much less than what we approved 3, 4, 5 years ago. And for the other ones I mentioned that are 8 years ago when we were getting approvals. So we believe the trend is continuing to go down. And we believe through our tenant profile and what people will be doing, they're going to be choosing not to drive everywhere and not to have a car. The other thing I will note is that currently we are considering a rental. And so it is up to us to provide a building that will be rentable. We have to ultimately, that stress is on us as a property manager and owner to make a building that's viable economically, including parking. And if we don't have enough parking, then we can't rent the units. And so we have taken that into account as well. And we believe the outlook in 5 years for parking will be different than it is now, which is already changing and is reducing from that 0.5 ratio you're seeing in some of the buildings that are already built.
Okay, but
Thank you.
I presume,
Go ahead.
I've got other questions, but I would presume that you would allow that the city's concern is that if they're not parked on your property, they're in the streets. And that does happen as well. Would you not agree that that's also a legitimate concern?
I agree that's legitimate. I would say as well that that 575 project I mentioned, we are, like I said, I think we think we're overparked. Our gut is that we are overparked by up to a level. So, which is about 100 spots. And we believe that if there were any parking issues, we can accommodate those within that building if it was necessary. But I like I said, we are, you know, as you say, there are people who park improperly in every municipality, and there are parking concerns. Parking is always a concern when you're intensifying an area. It's carte blanche across everywhere. So it's a legit concern. It's a comment that comes up all the time, and we have to balance the need for parking and status quo with climate emergencies and building really dense projects where they make sense. And that's what we are trying to propose here. Notwithstanding, we understand people are concerned about parking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more question. I note that one of your immediate business neighbors is very concerned about the 0 rear setback. And would you, I mean, you made an argument for it earlier. So, but would it not be reasonable to say that it's also an opportunity to get it right? That we're really expecting these other businesses to have to do with something they shouldn't have to do with.
Thank you. Mr. Huggett.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, through you. I can say that one of our immediate neighbors is actually built virtually on the property line themselves. And that doesn't mean that 2 wrongs make a right, but you know, essentially that building is wrapping on the corner at our corner where we are not proposing building windows. So that is where that 0 meters is coming up. I think Ms. Wood talked to that several times. But on the other side, so our building, if we, through the clerk, if you wouldn't mind, I think that zoning map is very helpful again. Actually, what would be helpful, sorry, is you can't really see. If you look at slide 33, just pause it. It shows the roof plan, and you may recall that corner there, beside on the right of that dark blue where we're showing amenity, is that 0. That's where it's 0. Then we have a wedge, which has 0. It has a it's fully open to allow light and views and space. And then the other section, which Ms. Woods talked about, which is the wing that comes down on Albert. And the other thing Ms. Wood, she mentioned quite several times that site is zoned as commercial and as part of the Williamsville. It also, I believe, allows up to 4 stories. And so we are proposing, we have a setback there, you'll see. And we are proposing, currently the current plan shows a building up 6 stories at 1.2. And we have mentioned that we are considering a step at the 5th story where those 5th and 6th are stepped back. So ideally stepping down to a 4-story height, which is reflected to the zoning that would be allowed immediately next to us in that house next door. And that's, I believe, the person that wrote in, Counselor. So I think that they may be concerned about their existing building. They had a lot of other concerns. We had that letter. It was more about operationally, like how construction would happen and, logistical stuff, which we've drafted a response as well, and are quite comfortable and happy to talk to them as good neighbors and builders in the area. But I think that is sort of our justification. That is our justification, is that if it was a single family house that was protected as such, it would be a different conversation than what we're proposing.
Thank you. Would you take the chair, Vice
I
Chair
do,
Kyler?
Councillor Neal. I recognize you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions and a comment I'm trying to work into a question. First off, I did receive a quick email from Ms. Bowie mentioning that her question about having a kind of construct definition of what you mean by a live workspace wasn't expressed. Could you do that now, please?
Yeah, sorry about that, through the chair. So maybe I'll start, because I do want to kind of explain how it works from how we're going to zone it and incorporate that use. And then we did bring some floor plans as well, so that we can actually more easily illustrate kind of what it would look like. So a live work unit is sort of more than working from home, but less than a full-blown business. So it's kind of a hybrid. You've got a home business, but you also have dedicated private living space. In the zoning, we have limited the definition to mean a dwelling unit that is also used for work purposes, provided that the work component is restricted to the uses permitted in the C4 zone. Up to 1 non-resident may be employed within a live work unit. So it's really not the type of use that's, a commercial business, a retailer, a clinic, but it might be someone who does chiropractic work from their home, but they want a separate space on a highly visible street with foot traffic. But we've limited it so that it's not, 5 practitioners coming in who need parking. It's a limited type of live work environment that provides that flexibility for people to maybe take their home business that they were running out of their basement up a step to where they have frontage in a building on Princess Street where they can run their business and still live there as well. So that's really what the use is intended to be. It is quite limited in terms of the actual commercial component. And I believe slide 25, if the clerk would be so kind as to bring it up. And Christian can actually walk us through some sample floor plans of.
That's great. I had a quick follow-up.
Yes.
How is this counted in your bedroom, in your count? is this considered one bedroom? Is it considered a, clearly it has to be counted as some kind of a residential dwelling. What are the number? How is this incorporated into that?
So there's 5 units and they're 3 beds each. So 3 bed
Okay.
units that have that commercial component on Princess.
Okay, and if I were, say, a lawyer who wanted to open a practice there, would that fit into your definition? Yes.
I
or
think, yeah, office is permitted.
no?
That's right, in the C4 zone. So that's how we worked it, is that the commercial and office uses permitted in the C4 zone would be permitted in this context, but limited in scale to basically that employee and up to one other.
Okay. Mr. Huggett still has his hand up, so.
Yeah, I think we covered most of it, but you're right. So the 3 beds is what we've counted for. I think what we are thinking is the long term, and that this likely will start as day one on the 1st, which is there's various options of how those 3 beds would be deployed and bathrooms, et cetera, in those live work. And we are not in a commercially required street. However, we think we as good neighbors should contribute to the ground floor uses on Princess. And that doesn't mean that we're mandating commercial, which I think is smart and it was a great idea. I believe Mr. Grenville might have been involved in that. But that is flexible over time. This building will stand longer than all of us. And the function of Princess will change significantly in that timeline. And so we've looked at other models. I've been involved in several projects where live work units, which are, the pink spaces or the tan spaces, which can be consolidated. You can put a bedroom and a living room together that's on the glass and have an architect's office, maybe a single practitioner who takes on a draftsman, or a law office, as you said, or you could even have a 2-chair nail studio probably. So it's really just someone who wants to use that frontage and contribute to it, which I believe will improve the vitality of Princess over time and flexibility. But it doesn't mean that they can't be residential units, which are how they're going to be started and in the blue. There'll be 3-bedroom units to start with living space and a bedroom and some bedrooms deeper into the unit, and they have the flexibility over time. And you can look them up. There's several really good examples. There's ones in Port Credit that are really well known. Fram was a developer. There's many in the city of Toronto, both organically or purpose built. Like live work happens all the time in older buildings.
Yeah.
And it's because they're on commercial streets with taller ceilings, etc.
It's an interesting concept. It's almost like the traditional resident over a shop kind of approach, but on the same floor. So
that's right. Yeah.
It is interesting.
Thank you.
A couple of things. Councillor Hutchison raised the question regarding parking. And I share, having represented that area for some time, that same concern about parking. And I would like you to comment on the fact that we've gone from 1 parking space per unit to 0.5 in all kinds of developments. But we have to plan for today, not on the promise, as you've expressed, 5 years from now, we're not going to need that park. Could you comment on that? Because I think that's an issue in my mind.
Yeah, I'll respond to that. That's a fair comment. I believe that, for us, I think that council has to balance, this is my opinion. So council, of course, has to balance the needs of today with tomorrow. And they have already anticipated, promoted, and supported intensification in Williamsville. And partly the reason to do that is to re-stabilize the areas around it. I noticed a lot of the addresses that people were commenting on were in the proximity, but I think they're in the housing stock that is older and perhaps off the main streets. And so there is concern about stability and creep, and that has happened over time, particularly with around the schools. We know, houses are chopped up and all of those sort of things that happen around intensive uses that bring in people from outside. So accommodating your parking concerns of today, which if we follow the lead of everyone that's already approved, it would be somewhere, I believe, in the 0.4 to 0.5 zone, based on some of the precedents that were mentioned, the ones that we've had approved at 0.5, certainly. But there is, we also took direction from the paradigm parking study that was put forward by the city, which talks about how the balance of parking is needed relative to making a development work, as well as what user and modal shifts that are happening. And we're seeing them. We're developing outside of Kingston.
I appreciate that. I don't find it, having represented the area, having lived in the area, I don't find that a compelling argument for how we plan today. So I'm sorry, that was a comment.
Yeah, let's questions.
My other question, I just came from MAC meeting, Municipal Accessibilities Advisory Committee. And I appreciate that you feel you don't need to meet the requirements established by the city. My question is, if you're right and we're wrong and you've established those spaces and they go unused, what's to stop you from making them available to non-accessibility required tenants?
Thanks. So it's a little bit of a tricky gray area, because if it's a privately owned building, then it's essentially on the owner to enforce signage requirements. You would be essentially suggesting that individuals park illegally, which is problematic with the promise that they won't be towed. So it's a bit of a, I understand what you're saying, which is that can we put them in case they're needed? And if not, they can be used as standard parking. And maybe that's a scenario we need to explore some more. But I think it could be a bit of a challenge to encourage people to park in those spaces, but possibly they're sized accordingly, but not labeled as accessible, and could be easily converted through the introduction of paint and signage. So it's an interesting idea to address this issue that I think we should maybe look at more, if that's what you're suggesting.
Are those going to be rental spaces that tenants will be renting from you to use?
Yes, and that's part of the challenge, is if tenants are secured and none of the tenants in the building have a permit, then that's why these spaces are sitting empty.
My final question, I believe, unless something else pops into my head, is why would you have given us this very extensive proposal and then virtually come back saying, after our staff have repeatedly raised issues around it, why would you come back now and in your presentation say, oh, don't worry about what we put in our report, here's what we're proposing to do? why would you do that? It's almost like a Chicken Little thing, you know, the sky is falling, the sky is falling. Look, it's not as bad as we thought. Could you address that, please?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was something that we thought about and talked about a lot. So by the time the public meeting was scheduled, we had received comments and were already considering changes. However, there wasn't enough time to submit updated plans and ensure that people have sufficient time to review those changes in order to address them. We also wanted to wait because we wanted to hear from the public and whether there were any additional comments that we felt we needed to address through plan revisions before updating our plan. So any changes that we make that we were already considering based on staff's comments that we need to make based on what we've heard tonight will all be reviewed collectively and reflected in one cohesive updated plan that will be available for review. We just feared that if we submitted updated changes, here's our updated plan, without hearing from the public, that we would have multiple iterations, and we'd rather just hear all the comments and provide an updated plan together.
Yes, and Councillor Kiley raised an issue earlier, and I expected it as a question, but our zoning has just been approved through the tribunal process. It's brand new. Why would you have an expectation for so many variances being requested? It's my understanding, and I believe this was Mr. Todderan bringing it up, if we do the zoning correctly, variances will not be required, or they'll be at least minimized. And that's something I believe Councillor Kiley and I are struggling with. Could you comment on that?
Yes, certainly. And I think first I'd like to reiterate what I had mentioned before in terms of the updated parking provisions in the new bylaw specifically state that these parking ratios, the 0.4 to 1, are not to be construed as.
I appreciate that, and I know you've mentioned that before.
Okay,
so
parking
within the zoning, but those other variances you're requesting, zero setback, those ones. Could you comment on why the city would enact a bylaw that's approved, zoning bylaw that's approved by, and then weeks later we'll be making variances?
It's a scenario that we do run into where we have approved zoning that doesn't necessarily take into account all sites, their constraints, and their unique situations. And I think a good example is the rear yard setback requirement. The rear yard is that yard that's parallel to Princess Street and furthest from Princess Street. In our case, we have a Williamsville property that actually wraps around the back of our site. The approved zoning didn't contemplate that situation because zoning bylaws can't contemplate all unique situations like those. So I think that's a really good example of where in practice that lot line functions more like an interior side lot line because it's a shared lot line between two Williamsville properties. That property just happens to be larger and connect to the back of ours. So I think that's a good example of another provision where whenever we look at a proposed zoning bylaw amendment, we review these when we do need reliefs based on those, on a case-by-case basis, based on those site-specific scenarios.
I look
So-
forward to our staff's input on that, because I don't find that personally a very compelling argument. But I'm done with my questions and my comments as well. I apologize, Mr. Chair.
You can have the chair back and then it's your meeting.
Thank you. So, yes, we will now recognize Councillor Chappelle, and then we'll go back to the committee if there are follow-up committee questions. Councillor Chappelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been an interesting discussion. My questions are, there was comments made by the proponent that, taking into account the climate initiatives that Kingston has taken, yet I didn't see any reference to electric charging stations in the parking facilities that's available. I also have some concerns about the reduction of accessible parking. That is certainly an issue with an aging community of people you're trying to attract. If it's not just for students, then it's certainly an asset that we would have request for, is to have more accessible parking, not less. And I am also sharing some of the concerns that residents have made today so eloquently in their presentations. I'd like to thank them for their remarks about reducing the setbacks. Quite frankly, when you walk on Princess Street in that section where you took those photos, and there is no greenery, it's just a slab of concrete, and you got a post sticking out in the middle of a sidewalk because it's not properly accommodated. I think we really need to start thinking about what we want to look like.
I appreciate your comments.
So my question is,
please,
why if this proposal was brought forward before these new zoning amendments were made and changed, how many of these items of relief would be sought? Would it have been better proposed a year ago, and would it have been approved a year ago in its current presentation? And is that why there's a sudden rush to try to have this go through, considering the property has been held for a number of years?
Yes. Ms. Wood, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, this building is intended to provide EV charging stations in the underground garage. So those will be roughed in and several will be provided. We note your echoed concerns regarding setbacks and reduced accessible parking. And we'll be looking at that further. What was your last question? I've lost it already. You're muted, Councillor Chappelle.
Certainly, my last question was really, the property has been in the ownership of the investor for a number of years. Had this proposal come forward last year before these more recent changes, would there still need to be the same number or less, amendments made or requests for relief?
Thank you. So it was very interesting timing, because we applied when the updates were approved in December 2020. That's when the design team got together. Okay, we know what the updates are. We know the new vision. Let's get going. And then it was appealed. And then it was a waiting game, because under the appeal, the old provisions applied. So when we made the application, we didn't actually know, because the appeal wasn't resolved. We didn't actually know whether the new or the old would be in effect by the time we got to a recommendation. So in our planning justification report originally submitted, we actually provided both scenarios under the new and under the old. And they're fairly consistent, mainly because the original provisions still anticipated a 6-story built form and an angular plane that dictates similar step backs that the new provisions require. There are several changes. We're more consistent with the reduced parking ratio, because that came down as part of the amendments. The density requirement is new. So under the previous version, we would not have needed relief in density because there was no density requirement. Like I said before, density was introduced largely for servicing reasons, not as a way to curb how many people live on these sites. So that would have been a difference. We are improving the setback requirements based on the previous, because it was only required to be 1 meter from streets. So they're pretty comparable, because we're not proposing a 10-story building that requires an official plan and zoning amendment like all of these other taller buildings. So they're quite similar.
Okay, thank you for your clarity.
Mr. Huggett.
Thank you. I just add, I believe, Ms. Wood, there was no rear yard setback, and there was clarity in the new bylaw around what constitutes a rear yard. There's been a lot of, because Princess is on an angle and the lot holdings are so irregular, inevitably in every application we've ever made, 17 years, there's been a question about what's a side and what's a rear and where setbacks are taken from. And I can say that the Williamsville, the new policy provides a new rear yard requirement that wasn't there before, and makes it so that it is on the corner where it's adjacent to a commercial zone. So, I don't want to rehash, but we are looking at technical response as a result.
I will leave it up to staff to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we tried to address that faux pas about rear yard setback partway through the process because of some of the problems that were raised by developments. And so it was addressed, but after the initial zoning came about. And I'll look to staff to correct me if anything I said was wrong. So I don't see any hands up, so I guess I was right. Oh, Mr. Barr.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, I will just echo that you are correct that through the Williamsville update policies, we did look to clarify what rear yard was through the Williamsville Main Street area, noting that Princess is the primary street and therefore should act as the frontage, and the lot line opposite to it act as the rear.
I appreciate that. It's not every day staff tell me I'm right, so I appreciate that. Councillor Hutchison, we're now going around for the second and final round of questions from committee. I saw Councillor Hutchison's hand up earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one question. So as was noted by Councillor Kylie and a couple of others, the density is very much increased here. So I'm sure servicing has something to do with that, because there were limits before that are being addressed by the city. Would you to put this proposal forward, it had to be calculated that there was an economic business case. So what are your projected rents for 1 and 2 bedrooms?
I'm probably the right person to answer that, although we are looking at rents across the board from our other projects, which are just starting to, like Unity Point is just renting up. I don't have the current numbers, I apologize, but we are projecting this building as a building about 5 years in the future. So without giving you specifics, it would be within the market. What market would sustain market rents for those sites?
Right. So it would be the market rent plus whatever the average increase is per year over 5 years.
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
Okay. And okay, I guess I can calculate that for myself, though that would not make them affordable, correct? On the normal definitions of affordable.
CMHC
The
affordable.
density has been increased for a variety of reasons that we discussed tonight.
Well, if I can I answer that?
Please do.
Can I answer that fully? What we did look at originally when we were underwriting this project was what we could do as of right, 55 units at 1,800 square feet and 5 and 6 bedrooms, knowing that the city didn't want to do that, but we said, you know, this is where we could go. And rents of 5 and 6 bedroom units would be considerably more overall than the rents of individual units. So we you know, affordability is, I think what you're getting at is, are we at CMHC affordable rents? I think I'm not sure at this point we are where we would be if this was an affordable quote project, but we are looking at market rents for this corridor project.
I think that's the, this is bad, but it could be worse argument, which isn't the way, when you're asking for the number of variances you're asking for, isn't the way to approach this. But any further questions from members of the committee? Could you take the chair, Councillor Kiley? And I have just one quick.
I will, and I recognize you. Go for it.
Thank you. Ms. Wood, in your initial presentation, you said the University Suites project, which is a podium project, and I have to say it looks pretty good. You said that was 11 stories. If it's 11 stories, you've overbuilt by a story, because I'm sure, and again, staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but that was by a 10-story approved development. Would you like to clarify that, please?
Yes, certainly. And I'm digging in the memory banks now, but essentially it was the 11th story is mechanical and enclosed amenity penthouse. And at that time, because it occupied more than 10% of the roof area, it constituted a story for zoning purposes. And so through the official plan and zoning amendments, the building was recognized as such. I do think later buildings, for example, 575 Princess, 652 Princess, that was later addressed, and penthouse levels were contained to less than 10%. And those buildings, that's why those buildings are true 10-story buildings.
And just while I'm, Councillor Neal, just for a second, while I'm chair, this is about 600 Princess Street. So this is in context of the proposed variance for the penthouse here, just to be sure from you.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
I will ask staff if they could clarify that 11-story when 10-story was, my understanding was approved. So either Mr. Barr or Mr. Park can address that after this meeting, because I've been appropriately scolded by the vice chair. So we'll look into that later.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. You can have the chair back.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other hands up, I will declare this public meeting completed. I look forward to the comprehensive report reflecting both the public comments and the committee comments. So thank you very much. And we'll move on to our second public meeting, which is Midland Avenue, 1291 Midland Avenue, the West Empire. And who is the planner on, our planner on this?
That would be me, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Mike Slaggy. I'm planner with the City of Kingston. I can confirm that notice was given in accordance with the Planning Act as detailed in the public meeting report. Prior to this meeting, 9 pieces of correspondence as well as 3 phone calls were received providing questions or comments on the present application. These comments are included in Schedule A of the report and in the addendum for this evening's meeting. As a reminder, this is a statutory public meeting held under the Planning Act, the purpose of which is for the applicant to present their proposal to the Public and Planning Committee. The format of the meeting allows members of the Public and Planning Committee to ask questions of the applicant regarding the proposal and gives the applicant an opportunity to respond to those questions. As part of this meeting, planning staff have prepared a report summarizing the proposal. It should be noted that no recommendation or decisions are being made this evening regarding this report. Planning staff are in attendance to record the questions being asked of the applicant or to address technical questions regarding the planning process. The questions asked by the Public and Planning Committee, along with any written submissions received to date or in the future, will be addressed by planning staff within a comprehensive report. After technical review and assessment of the proposal by the city has been completed, staff will bring that comprehensive report with recommendations back to Planning Committee at a future date. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And who is the Ms. Gilchrist? The floor is yours.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you mentioned, my name is Tess Gilchrist, and I am a senior planner with IBI Group. I would just like to start by saying that there's quite a bit of information to go through in my presentation, so I'll do my best. I've got it timed at under 30 minutes. I just wanted to confirm that that is acceptable to the clerk and planning committee.
I appreciate that. I'll rely on the clerk's stopwatch. The floor is yours.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So I am here on behalf of the property owner for 1291 Midland Avenue to provide a presentation for the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision applications. I note that there are other applications associated with this proposed development that have also been filed and have separate public notification procedures. And I'll speak to those applications shortly. Next slide, please. Thank you. The subject lands are municipally described as 1291 Midland Avenue and are located at the intersection of Midland and Tivoli Avenues, north of Cataraqui Woods Drive. I would also note the south end of the property is subject to an easement by Trans Northern Pipeline, and it's noted no development is permitted within the easement and the land cannot be disturbed. Next slide, please. Briefly, to the north of the subject property on Tivoli is undeveloped, and beyond that are existing arterial commercial uses. To the east, similar situation with undeveloped lands backing onto the Cataraqui Estates Business Park. To the south is church use, and beyond that, the hydro corridor, farther south being commercial uses on Midland Avenue. And abutting the property to the west is an existing low-density residential neighborhood, as well as Birchwood Park. Next slide, please. This site is well served by the existing commercial amenities on Midland and the greater area. It backs onto Birchwood Park and is also within 800 meters walking distance to the Invista Center. Not as the crow flies, by walking on the roads, and is close to multi-use trail on Cataraqui Woods Drive and the KMP Trail. It is also served by Kingston Transit Route 15, which connects directly to the Cataraqui Center transfer point, which offers access to other areas of the city. Next slide, please. The subject property has an approximate area of 2.3 hectares. 180 meters of frontage on Tivoli, 120 meters on Midland. The subject lands are undeveloped and in a natural state with varying levels of vegetation. The low-lying wet area in the southeast corner was investigated last August by Ecological Services, and the results of their investigation were that the area does not meet the threshold for wetland valuation purposes. Next slide, please. The overall plan for development of this property includes 3 separate lots. The first lot to the west limit of the property would contain 4 townhouse blocks. The middle lot, lot 2, a 5-story apartment building, and the western lot on Midland Avenue would contain a commercial plaza. Next slide, please. The subject property is currently zoned development, and therefore the subject zoning amendment seeks to place the property, each of the proposed lots in a new zone with site-specific relief to permit the built form as proposed. The draft plan of subdivision would include the creation of 4 blocks and a private road. So in addition to the zoning amendment and the draft plan of subdivision applications, for which this public meeting is for, applications for consent and site plan have also been filed. The 2 consent applications are required to sever the property into 3 lots, 1 containing townhouses, 1 containing apartment building, and 1 containing a commercial plaza. The consent applications will also, create easements to permit the proposed shared entrance and anticipated vehicular circulation, as well as to establish any necessary servicing or drainage easements. The proposed apartment building and commercial plaza developments will be subject to site plan control, and those 2 applications were also filed for the apartments and commercial block in order to have separate agreements for each property. And it's noted the townhouse development shown on the site plan, but is not subject to site plan control. Any matters associated with the townhouses can be addressed through the subdivision and condominium agreements. With respect to the plan of subdivision, individual lots would then be created through an application to lift part lot control once the townhouse units have been constructed. And lastly, provided draft plan approval is obtained for the subdivision, applications for final plan of subdivision and condominium approval would be required once all the conditions of draft approval were met. Next slide, please. In terms of access points and traffic circulation proposed, the development will provide a total of 3 access driveway connections to the existing adjacent road network. 2 driveways will be on Tivoli, while a 3rd is planned on Midland. All 3 access driveways will permit full movement operations. A traffic impact study was completed, and the study parameters and assumptions were agreed upon with city staff. That was determined at the pre-consultation stage. Overall conclusion of the study is that the traffic generated by the proposed development can be safely accommodated on the adjacent road network, and no off-site modifications to existing intersections and lane configurations are required. Future traffic volumes for the purposes of the study, which of course was completed during COVID, the traffic volumes were estimated by applying a growth factor to existing traffic counts based on historical growth rates. And again, those growth factors were discussed with city staff. And that traffic study is being reviewed by the city's engineers now, and we will address any comments or concerns that come back on that report. Next slide, please. I am going to try and go through these as quickly as possible. So if there are detailed questions about setbacks, building heights, etc., I'm more than happy to answer them at the end. Lot 1, being the townhouse proposal, is 0.78 hectares, 65 meters of frontage on Tivoli, and would contain a total of 34 units, and which represents a density of 44 dwelling units per net hectare. Majority of lots would have a frontage of 5.6 meters, a depth of 27 meters, resulting in an area of approximately 153 square meters per lot. And they would be 2.5 stories in height and 10.3 meters in height, total height. Parking is provided within an attached single car garage, but there is also sufficient setback of the proposed dwellings from the private road to accommodate a tandem parking situation. So one in the garage and one in the driveway for 2 spaces. The private road associated with the townhouse is proposed at 8 meters wide with a 2 meter wide sidewalk on one side. And this private road, the maintenance of which would be snow removal infrastructure would be the responsibility of the condominium corporation. But it is anticipated that solid waste and recycling would be collected by the municipality. And I would like to note one of the pre-app comments from Parks was to provide a connection to Birchwood Park at the southwestern limit of the property. But as I mentioned before, the Trans-Northern Pipeline easement is located in that corner and would not permit any ground disturbance of any kind for such a connection. Next slide, please. The middle lot, lot 2, has an area of 0.55 hectares and is proposed to accommodate a 5-story rental apartment building with 49 units comprised of 1 and 2 bedrooms, and provides a total of 62 parking spaces. Each unit would have 1 parking space, so a rate of 1 parking space per unit, and the remaining 13 spaces would be allocated for visitor. Outdoor amenity is proposed at a rate of 18.5 square meters per unit, south and west of the building, but each unit would also have private outdoor amenity, either with ground floor units having private patios or the upper floors having balconies. Landscaping is used throughout the site to define the amenity areas, as well as provide buffers between parking, amenity space, and the adjacent uses. And again, garbage for the apartment building would be stored internally and brought to the curb for municipal pickup. Next slide, please. The commercial plaza is an L shape and frames the corner of Tivoli and Midland Avenue, and is comprised of 10 separate commercial units. Now, the details of the proposed uses have not been confirmed, but when I describe the proposed amendment, you'll get a sense of the types of non-residential uses that would be permitted. But those are in line with the arterial commercial designation and are generally automotive repair, oil change, specialty home products, home decor, office electronic sales, service uses. And the primary access points to those units will be internal to the site, given the location of the parking, but there is a pedestrian walkway around the exterior perimeter of the building to contribute to safe access, but also to the streetscape. The commercial plaza, lot 3, has a total of 98 parking spaces, 6 of which are accessible, and a garbage enclosure and 2 loading spaces at the south end of the parking area. Next slide, please. This slide provides kind of a visual representation. There are a number of approaches to transitioning density. And so the subject development proposes to transition density from the existing residential neighborhood to the west to the commercial uses proposed on Midland through the use of different building typologies. Next slide, please. The renderings prepared here show the commercial plaza at the corner, the apartment building, and the proposed townhouses. So the existing low density residential neighborhood is generally comprised of singles and semis of 1 to 2.5 stories in height. That's the existing neighborhood to the west. Lot 1, which backs onto these existing homes, will start the transition from low density to medium density using a 2.5-story townhouse built form. The rear yard setback of the proposed towns is 7.6 meters from the rear property line that's shared with the adjacent development. And the townhouses, again, are just over 10 meters in height. The levels of shadowing and noise anticipated to be similar with a typical subdivision neighborhood. And I would also note that the rear yards of the existing singles and the proposed towns would be separated by a 1.8 meter high wood fence along that western property limit. And then transitioning to lot 2, to kind of the middle housing form, being a 5-story apartment building with a proposed height of 17 meters. But I would like to note that the 5-story apartment building, once we've gone to the middle property, is located approximately 77 meters from the rear property line that abuts the existing dwellings on Sierra Avenue. So this is a very deep parcel, it's a very large parcel, and so the setback for the apartment building to those existing homes, again, is about 77 meters. The proposed apartment building then becomes kind of the fringe of the residential development and transitions to the proposed arterial commercial plaza. Distance separation and landscaping would be used to provide transitions between the apartment building and the commercial plaza as well. And those uses are also separated by drive aisles and parking. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, the former Township of Kingston zoning bylaw 7626 places the whole of the subject lands in the development zone. And so the subject rezoning application seeks to place each of the proposed lots in their own zone. So for the towns, for the apartment and the commercial plaza. And through that process, establish site-specific performance provisions. The draft plan of subdivision includes the creation of 4 blocks, which would ultimately be 34 freehold residential lots, which would be created through the part lot lift process once the units were constructed. And these lots will then become parcels of tied land, such that each lot has an interest in the property's common elements and assets created through the associated plan of condominium application. Next slide, please. The Provincial Policy Statement 2020 provides direction on matters of provincial interest regarding land use planning and development, and sets the policy foundation for regulating land use and development of land. The proposed development is consistent with these policies of the PPS, as the proposed residential intensification and efficient utilization of land contributes to a range and mix of dwelling types and provides a cost-effective infill development, minimizing land consumption. The proposed development makes use of existing public infrastructure and facilitates and facilities with excuse me, sufficient capacity to support the development, which supports transit and active transportation, minimizes stormwater runoff volumes, and does not negatively impact cultural heritage or natural heritage resources. Next slide, please. The subject property is designated arterial commercial in the City of Kingston official plan. So the proposed development of the site includes medium density residential, high density residential, and commercial uses. And the Lot 3 commercial plaza is intended to accommodate about 2,300 square meters of commercial leasable space, and those proposed uses are consistent with the uses permitted in the arterial commercial designation. The medium and high residential uses are qualified that way based on how the OP defines the range of density for those residential uses. Residential, sorry, both medium and high residential uses are permitted in the arterial commercial designation without an amendment to the OP, provided that 3 criteria are met. The site, first being the site is adjacent to a residential area. Secondly, it has adequate residential amenity in terms of open space, access, and protection from noise and other impacts. And C, thirdly, that the site can be provided with active transportation linkages to the adjacent residential designated area. So these subject lands are located on the fringe of the Cataraqui West neighborhood. West of the lands are existing low density residential development and the Birchwood Park. the proposed medium and high density residential uses will provide an appropriate transition from the low density residential neighborhood to the commercial fronting on Midland. And with respect to amenity, all the townhomes have private rear yards, 7.6 meters deep, as well as that board fence along the rear property line. And the apartment units also have outdoor and private amenity space. The site is also located within proximity to take advantage of other amenities in the area. And in terms of active transportation linkages, there are a number of transportation stops, bus stops, immediately serving this area. And a sidewalk exists at the northwest corner of the property and will be extended across the frontage of the property to meet Midland Avenue. So there'll be a sidewalk across the north side of the development along Tivoli. We are of the opinion that the proposed residential uses within the arterial commercial designation are appropriate and meet the criteria and do not require an amendment to the OP. Next slide, please. And again, to summarize a very lengthy analysis within the planning rationale, as well as the work done by the city's planner in the planning report. Happy to speak to any of this in more detail, but I will go quickly now. We have analyzed the proposed development against the official plan policy criteria and determined that the proposed zoning amendment would facilitate a development that is compatible with adjacent uses, meets the functional needs of site users, helps achieve intensification targets, meets pedestrian-friendly streetscape goals, and provides a visually compatible design. And therefore, the requested zoning amendment conforms to the OP. Next slide, please. So the subject property, again, is zoned development. And so we are proposing a special exception medium density residential type 4 for both the residential lots and a special exception arterial commercial C2 zone for the commercial lot with site specific relief. Next slide, please. I will go over the this is the description of the amended standards for the townhouse lot. I can speak to any more of the justification further if questions asked, but generally the reduced lot sizes are required to accommodate a modern townhouse building form. They are compact, medium density, and allow for higher density residential uses while preserving desirable ground-oriented housing options. And the lots are still of sufficient size to meet the functional needs of the future residents as they accommodate appropriate dwelling sizes, parking, amenity, and servicing. Similarly, the setbacks don't affect the usability of the site, and they're appropriate with adequate spaces between the buildings, street lines, both public and private. And the proposed setbacks are consistent with the form of development in an urban setting and with other previously approved developments, which we know have worked well for this type of development. And next slide, please. Sorry, I skipped over a few items there, but again, happy to go back to them. The zoning amendment for the apartments, again, reduced lot size. However, we're still able to meet the functional needs of the site with respect to amenity, parking, setbacks, and access. Parking is proposed in yards based on interpretation in the zoning bylaw. So therefore, relief is required to those areas. And again, the parking areas are buffered from public areas by landscaping. And there is a request, for the balconies to project, as well the canopy over the main entrance and the north access door require relief to project farther than permitted. And the canopies help to define the entrances and add visual interest to the building and are not anticipated to have an impact. Next slide, please. The commercial plaza, the special exception C2 zone, proposes the following list of non-residential uses to be permitted. I'm not going to read them through, but again, we can come back to them if we need to. Next slide, please. Within the C2 zone, the auto service station, oil change type facility are subject to different setbacks than the other uses, and therefore there are some site specific relief for those. With respect to lot coverage, again, auto service has a maximum of 20%, whereas the other uses have a maximum of 50%. So for clarity, relief is being requested from the lot coverage requirement for the full site. It's hard to differentiate between the units because there are 10 total. The proposed parking supply is anticipated to be sufficient at 98 spaces and was supported by the accompanying traffic study. And it's noted that certain transportation demand management measures are planned, and the site is well served by Kingston Transit to help offset parking demand. But it's also anticipated that given the variety of uses, there will be opportunity for some shared parking on the site. And
and you have five minutes. Sorry to interrupt.
No, thank you very much. I was waiting for that. The proposed parking supply is anticipated to meet the demand. Next slide, please. And in very brief summary, the amended standards are appropriate for the intensity of development based on the site context. The site design meets the needs of future occupants in terms of setbacks, unit sizes, parking amenities, stormwater management, garbage and safety, all of which have been reviewed and will continue to be reviewed through the site plan process. Built form is compatible with adjacent development and provides a sufficient transition on the property itself between uses that are being proposed, and parking is sufficient. The reduction to yard setbacks and lot coverage encourage a built form and layout that is efficient and typical of current development standards. And the proposed development represents an improvement over the current underutilized site. Next slide, please. So applications for zoning amendment, draft plan of condominium. Oh, sorry, I take that one back. No condominium at this stage, that'll come later. Draft plan of subdivision, consent, and site plan were submitted to create the townhouse units, a residential apartment building, and a commercial plaza, all on separate lots. The submitted applications were accompanied by other required technical studies demonstrating that the development as proposed can be supported. And we've reviewed, or rather we've received, technical comments from the first circulation on these various applications, and we'll coordinate with our development team to prepare a response along with a written response to written comments received from the public to date, as I have received and read those, as well as those comments received at the meeting this evening. So we're at the very early stages in terms of receiving comments and providing a resubmission to the city. But in summary, the proposed development conforms with the policies of the City of Kingston official plan, is consistent with the policies of the 2020 PPS, and based on our analysis and that of the supporting studies, it's our opinion that the development proposed through these applications is appropriate and constitutes good planning. Last slide, please. And I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We will now go to the public. So I will turn over the chair to our clerk. Elizabeth, the chair is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you. We do currently still have 11 members of the public in the gallery this evening. So at this time, I will ask those who wish to speak to the current application if they could please raise their hand in Zoom. Again, this is located by moving your mouse over the center of the Zoom window. We currently have one hand up at the moment, Mr. Chair, so I'll ask Rick Monroe if he would like to unmute.
Great. And just a reminder, you have 5 minutes. And if you could identify yourself by name and address, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. My name is Rick Monroe. I live on Howe Island. My focus here, I sent a 6-page submission earlier this morning, and I won't go through that now. My focus here is public safety. It should be the #1 priority in any such matter. I would say public safety is not reflected in the documents that I've been through, and it's not reflected in the process itself, and I'd like to explain why. 1291, the property, lies next to a major industrial asset. It has the potential to inflict serious harm to people, to property, and to the environment. We have provincial policies to deal with these situations, that is development next to known hazards. We have the PPS, which I see was referred to, and that this project complies with it. It certainly does not comply with Section 3.0, which I notice is missing from the documents. That section pertains to avoiding development next to or near human-made hazards, which this pipeline certainly is. Secondly, TSSA, our provincial pipeline regulator, has a minimum setback requirement of 200 meters from facilities that it says where rapid evacuation may not be possible. And the third thing is environmental site assessments, which apparently was not done. And it's supposed to be done with respect to anything that has the potential to release contaminants. And that is certainly true of any transmission pipeline. Pinhole leaks can and have caused a lot of problems. So I don't know why the ESA wasn't done. So all 3 of those requirements have been overlooked in the process. Jim, I noted Mr. Chair, I noted your comment about if zoning is done properly, we would have few variances, and that is absolutely correct. I would say the same logic applies to provincial safety policies, that if they're done properly, and I believe they are, the ones that I referred to are all prudent, then they would not be ignored. And I would say in this case, they are. My question to both city staff and to the proponent is, it's sort of in 3 parts, 2 of which are basically yes, no. First of all, this pipeline is unique. It's one of only 3 transmission pipelines in our area. It's the only one east of Toronto that carries refined products, primarily gasoline, also jet fuel. It does so under very high pressure with a very rapid flow rate. My first question is, did anybody ask Transnorthern how much fuel could be released during a worst case scenario? Did the proponent ask that? Did anybody on staff or any of the councillors ask that question? Secondly, when asked, if asked, did Transnorthern give anybody an estimate or even a range of what the release volume could be? 100 liters, 100,000 liters? Those are significant details. And if no one knows how much gasoline could be released, then how can anyone determine whether the project, specifically the idea of putting up a 5-story apartment building, whether it's safe to do so? That's my question. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, I think you were on mute there. Yeah.
Who's next on the?
Next to speak, Mr. Chair, is Paul Chavez.
Thank you. Mr. Chavez, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's just for clarification, my name is Paul Shaves. I live at 1475 Sierra Avenue. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to this proposed project. I am not opposed to the development on this parcel of land. My main concern is the proposed intensity of the proposed project. The current zoning is for low intensity, which does not include a high density proposed apartment building. I have many other concerns after reading all of the related reports, which I have shared with the city planning department, and I will highlight some of these concerns. Before I get there, in the previous presentation, it was mentioned about an ecological study, I believe done in August 2020. I don't recall seeing that in all the reports on Dash or anything else. I'm just wondering if that was shared. Second, there was a question. I have a question inside of the garage, because now most modern garages aren't built for regular cars, more for subcompact size cars. So they're trying to include that as for in regards to parking. So unless a family has a subcompact car, they probably won't be able to use that garage in question. So they only have the driveway, and most families have more than one vehicle. And looking at the slides which were presented, it also appears that no parking will be allowed on the street due to the size of the lots and the size of the driveway. So questions to be answered. I am also aware a water pressure study has been completed with no concerns noted. Many residents have shared their issues with their water pressure. This proposed project will increase these concerns. I was informed Utilities Kingston was not aware of any water pressure issues in this area. I've shared this information with the area residents and would expect Utilities Kingston will be receiving water pressure concerns from the area residents. I have many concerns regarding the traffic study. It was conducted during the COVID pandemic when the amount of traffic was dramatically reduced. The traffic numbers traveling south on Midland Ave is not consistent through all the intersections within the exhibits. They actually decrease, and it's almost like the traffic just disappeared. So I'm not sure how that was done. The avoid traffic is the same for all 3 years within the study. And Article 6.2.1 states Ottawa. We live in Kingston. I find the information within the traffic study appears to be incomplete, includes misinformation, and I call into question the credibility of this report, and should be a question of a new report should be conducted. Concerns in regards to the traffic lights will not be installed at the intersection of Midland and Tivoli due to the increased traffic. The city of Kingston has a strategic plan regarding the increased affordable housing, which is included in the city plan, Exhibit E, Article 3.310A, which increased affordable housing, states a minimum target of 25% of all new housing in the city be afforded to low and moderate income households. Are there any affordable housing included within this project? Same report, Exhibit E 2.1.4F refers to secured public access to bicycle storage and parking. I did not see any plans within the proposal for either of the plaza or the apartment for bicycle parking. The city has been encouraging residents to reduce vehicle traffic and increase walk, roll, and cycle. The city has also been improving bicycle access with more bike paths throughout the city. Will there be anywhere for cyclists to secure their bicycles within this proposal? The proposed apartment only includes 3 accessible parking spaces. Accessible parking spaces are to be determined by the potential occupancy of any building. This apartment includes 49 apartments. One study which I reviewed is estimated 2.7 residents per residence. This would make the approximate 132 residents, not including visitors, for this apartment building. I am concerned 3 accessible parking spaces will not be sufficient. Accessibility has been and continues to be an increased concern in every community, and increased steps are being taken to increase accessibility for those with mobility issues. I do not believe we should limit those with mobility issues to only 3 parking spaces. The city has a green initiatives. There is no green space within this project. Most apartment buildings include a park. There is not one within this proposal. I would like to end by requesting that the 5-story apartment building not be approved and it be replaced with a park for the town home residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I will now turn back to the clerk. Are there any other hands waving?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I do not see any further hands. Perhaps we could do a final call before turning it back over to the applicant. So if there's any other members of the public who wish to speak to this application, please raise your hand in Zoom at this time. We'll just give about 30 seconds here, Mr. Chair, to see if there's any other hands. There are no further hands, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Gilchrist, if you could address those questions, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, certainly. And just a matter of note, I did recognize a few of the names in attendance tonight as those who submitted written comments, which I have read and will review again with the team. And when we make our resubmission to the city, we will be addressing those comments as well. So if please don't feel concerned that if you don't speak tonight, we won't address the comments. But with respect to Mr. Monroe's comments, I would like to note that I apologize, I have a very raspy throat today. We are aware of the pipeline, and it travels through urban areas throughout Southern Ontario, just as it does east and west of the subject lands for which residential uses abut as well. And so through the site plan process, as well as the other development applications filed, the pipeline has circulated those applications. And so if there are any matters of concern to be addressed there, we will receive correspondence from them and can address those concerns if need be. So to answer the questions explicitly, no, we have not contacted Trans-Northern directly about the proposed development, but they will be circulated on the applications and further discussion can be had. To address Mr. Chave's comments made, the ecological study that I referenced to be completed to evaluate the wet area, I will have to check, because if it is not on DASH, that is something that we can provide. It was a colleague of mine who filed the applications, and so I can double check that and work with city staff to get that posted. The size of the garage is consistent with development standards for townhouse development. It is noted it is a single car garage, and a second parking space size is provided in the driveway. But yes, that does represent a tandem parking situation. And part of, I'm jumping ahead to answer one of the other questions, but part of what provides affordable housing options for people within a city in terms of new development is not just what people think of in terms of true affordable housing based on CMHC income rates and those calculations, but it's about providing all types of housing options on the spectrum. So small townhouse units is a way to address affordability targets with respect to home ownership. So someone, and no, I'm not talking about affordable housing in that sense, but what is affordable to one person, they may be able to afford a townhouse, but they may not be able to afford a single detached house with a double car garage. So these are, market demand type situations. And by also providing rental apartment units within the 5-story proposed apartment building, that also addresses providing a range of housing options for people within the city of Kingston. I'm not qualified to speak to the servicing details with respect to water pressure and those specific items. But again, we have submitted servicing studies and that analyzed that information to determine that what was being proposed here could be adequately serviced by the existing municipal infrastructure. So that's both water and sanitary capacity. So again, through the development application process with the city's engineers will be reviewing that as well. And any comments will be provided to us on that. Similarly with the traffic study, I am not a transportation engineer, but I do know that during this time of COVID, that traffic is not at all the same kind of patterns that we would typically anticipate during peak hours for commuting, rush hour, etc. And I noted in the traffic study that they did apply kind of a projected growth rate to the existing rates, and those were confirmed with city staff to be sufficient to address the transportation demand and impact of the proposed development. But again, if the city's engineer has any concerns in the review of that report, our transportation engineer can address those. With respect to the bicycle parking, I would just note that we are speaking about the zoning amendment and draft plan of subdivision tonight. There are applications for site plan currently in. I don't have those plans in front of me, but bicycle parking, yes, there will be. I can't speak to the numbers and the exact details, but that is something that will be addressed through the site plan process to provide adequate bicycle parking for residents. And in terms of the comment about kind of green initiatives and no green space, I would note that the townhouses all have their own private rear yards with 7.6 meter setback, which is very, typical for that type of built form. The apartment building achieves the minimum amenity requirement of 18.5 square meters per unit, both in a combination of private spaces, ground floor patios and balconies, as well as a landscaped area at grade. And there are a number of landscaped buffers, strips, parking medians throughout the site to offer vegetation to break up the amount of hard surface and contribute to stormwater management retention, infiltration as well. I think, just looking at my list of notes here, that I have addressed those items that were raised by the two members of public, but if there are any additional questions, I'd be happy to take them either from the public or, of course, from members of Planning Committee.
Thank you very much. Yes, Planning Committee will be coming up with questions right as soon as we're done the public question portion. Just a quick comment. Because unless there's what's called a bump up, site plan is usually done, I believe, kind of concurrently with the zoning application or the planning application. So feel free to in future be prepared to answer questions regarding site plan issues as well. We don't differentiate during it because this is the only public opportunity. So, and again, I will mention to the people who have spoken and asked these questions that if you feel that there were any questions, your questions weren't adequately addressed, feel free to forward a letter to any of our planners. And in fact, our planner on this file is about to speak. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to add to some of the items that Ms. Gilchrist mentioned. In response to Mr. Monroe's questions, we also have not specifically reached out to Trans-Northern, who is our partner in reviewing these items, but we will continue to circulate them on the application and ensure that this application meets any conforms with and complies with any policies and regulations that apply. I do want to note that with regards to the PPS, the provincial policy statement, that a pipeline is specifically defined as infrastructure and is not defined as a man-made hazard, which is why, which is more, they define it more as like mining and petroleum extraction operations. So that's why that section 3 was not referenced. We will continue to review that in light of any safety concerns. So like I said, we have not made any decision on this. We will continue to analyze and review the application, but I just want to explain why that was omitted. In terms of Mr. Shave's questions, tried to do a quick review. It appears that as far as I can tell, all submitted materials were made available. So we will continue to work with the applicant to receive that eco study if it was not submitted, or just to make sure that if it was submitted, that it was in fact made available. I believe that was all I wanted to add to that. Ms. Gilchrist responded, I think, appropriately to the other comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So if there are no missed hands up, Elizabeth, we'll go to the committee for any questions.
Mr. Chair, we have no further hands.
Thank you. Any member of the committee have a question they'd like to put forward? Yes, Councillor Hutchison.
I just have a question. Maybe I missed this in the document. What is the density in terms of hectares for this development?
Yeah, and you can answer the questions as they're asked from the committee.
Sure.
Thank you.
I was waiting for that cue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
I'm just scrolling back to make sure that I quote the densities correctly. So the 34 townhouses that are proposed on Lot 1 represent a density of 44 dwelling units per net hectare. And just for reference, the OP generally defines residential development between 37.5 to 75 units per net hectare as medium density. So the townhouses are medium density. The 49 apartment units on Lot 2, on the middle portion of the property, represents a density of 89 dwelling units per net hectare. And again, the OP generally identifies any residential development with a density greater than 75 units per net hectare as high density. So then the apartment proposal is determined to be high density residential use.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh,
go ahead.
Just by comparison, do you know the density of the nearby quote unquote low residential?
I do not. I would have to do some calculations.
Okay.
And my planner math might take too long, then you want to wait.
That's okay. Thank you. I'm just asking because of the viability of transit would be held up by this development.
Thank you. Although there is a nearby transit route, I understand. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question, but Councillor Neal, I can answer your question. Yes, there are existing transit stops, multiple, on Tivoli and Midland, and it's Route 15 that provides access from this property to the transfer station at the CAT Centre.
Great. Thank you very much.
Just as a word of explanation, it's generally considered that 37 units per net hectare is necessary to sustain a transit system.
Thank you.
I asked.
Thank you. I believe I saw Councillor Hill waving at me a minute ago.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to go back to what Mr. Monroe was saying earlier. He's been alerting councillors, I think, pretty regularly about the concerns related to the infrastructure around the pipelines. And I wonder, and I heard the planner for the city talk about the fact that they would circulate them. But I wonder in a situation like this, especially where the infrastructure is getting older, not newer, that it might not be worth having a direct conversation with the gas company or the oil, the pipeline company at least, about the potential for development that close to the pipeline if something were to happen. I think we want to make sure that all precautions are taken and considered at least before we would approve something like this. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Mr. Park, I see you were waving at me.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Councillor Hill, there are actually policies in the official plan regarding development around pipelines. And it's section, I've just lost my page here, 5.30. And what it says is you can't develop on top of any right-of-way. And then there are some setback requirements from the actual boundary of the pipeline. And I might also add that pipelines are regulated by the National Energy Board in terms of, their construction and maintenance, things like that. So there are policies in the OP that we do adhere to when we're reviewing. And Trans-Northern Pipeline's standard response usually is they just don't want anything built on top of their easement. But when we get to the actual circulation of the development proposal, they will look at the areas close to their easement, and if they've got any concerns, they will identify those. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Madam Chair. Oh, yes, Councillor Chappelle, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This proposal actually has garnered a great deal of response from the residents in the area. And where they chose the notification window, it really didn't reach out further into the community over to other streets near Sierra and what have you. A lot of residents really were not aware. And there's been a great deal of concern on a number of factors on this. Like development certainly is going to happen on that corner. It is a corridor. The issue that we face is that all this development in this area.
Could we find a question out of the comments that you're making?
Oh, you know what? I will get there right now. How's that?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
One of the concerns that were raised is the traffic study, in my opinion, is bogus. It needs to be redone. It's done during COVID. They need lights in that area. I've driven on that road many times, and it's dangerous getting out of Tivoli onto Midland Avenue. It's a high-speed traffic zone that we have very difficult time getting police enforcement on. Second of all, the issue of the density, of the residential density is of concern because the current parks in the area are oversubscribed by the residents. It's a lot of families in that area, low density, and they are being tattered in the sense that they don't have access. The other aspect is this location is very difficult to access the neighboring parks. As was also mentioned, you can't go through the right of way to do that. So you're going to be creating an orphaned area of residential units that don't have really any facilities for young families, your children. The question is, well, I'll be brief. You have these townhouse blocks in lot 1. Would it not be feasible to remove one of those blocks and make it into a park, so at least there's some facilities for the residents in that area? Because they're not truly going to access the neighboring parks, without a substantive.
Okay, thank you very much. Question regarding parks, and it might be in the form of, will you be devoting some property for parks as is required, or will you be doing a payment in lieu of parkland?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to answer that question specifically for the townhouse block, the intent with the proposed development is to offer cash in lieu of parkland. But I appreciate your suggestion, and I'm happy to discuss that with the owner just to see if that's something that would be possible for this. But again, I would note that the townhouses do have their own rear yard for amenity space, as the apartment units do as well. And with respect to the cash in lieu option, it's been our experience on several sites that the city has identified that that is their preference, because they would like to allocate the cash in lieu of parkland funds towards kind of a greater good and contribution to parks, as opposed to having small fragmented parks within each development. So there's a few ways to go about it, but that's something that we can certainly discuss further.
Yeah,
I would appreciate it if you do discuss it further, because it is a dangerous location to be on Midland to try to get to the Vista Center or go to the other parkland. So that is a concern. The other concern is, I want a clarification that at the townhomes, the parking will not be permitted on the street. 8 meters is not wide enough to allocate street parking. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So there are similar type situations of developments. Certainly in my direct neighborhood over across Crosswood Avenue on Augusta, there is a small 3-story condo building with Bernier, not Bernier, anyways, the park across the street from it. It's a beautiful Mernier. I never get his name right. And the poor fellow was a nice guy. The issue is that park ends up feeding a larger area, and it takes pressures off the smaller, what you call orphan little parks in the other subdivisions. And it's got a splash pad and lots of amenities. My concern is looking at the density that I see in my own neighborhood, really, and they're single detached homes and semis and townhomes and a condoplex. That park is so heavily utilized. I cannot envision the safety of children in this area the way this is designed. There's just no place for them to play.
Thank you. Just a reminder that payment in lieu of can only go towards the purchase of property. It can't go towards enhancing parkland. So I think Councillor Chappelle has raised a question worth sharing with the proponents about how we might be able to address that. So, any further questions from the committee? Yes, Councillor Chappelle.
I think you must have the mute button on me, Mr. Chair. Anyways, the other question is, this area is so oversubscribed with children that you cannot get your children into Cataraqui Woods Public School. They have to be bused elsewhere. What consultation have you had with the school boards with regards to school-aged children? Where would they be bused to? And would this private roadway allow for bus traffic to come down the street, or would the children have to go on to Midland Avenue, which is very dangerous, or Tivoli, which is also very busy?
Yes, Ms. Gilchrist.
To answer that question, at this point in time, we have not had those discussions with the school board or with the Cataraqui Woods School specifically. I recognize your comment.
Report.
Yes, and certainly through the site plan process as well, and the circulation of the development applications. we can have further discussion on that.
And there may well be, and you can check with the school board, there may well be a location already dedicated, as there often is with a plan of subdivision. The requirement is made to allow for a future school site. So there may be one in the general area. It's worth exploring. Oh, Mike may have the answer to that.
Just to note that the school boards are notified through the technical circulation, so they should be aware of the application. We can follow up directly to ensure that they're aware, but they are on our list and are circulated on every application like this.
That's great. And if there is already, even with a bordering plan of subdivision, a property that's been allocated, it's worth exploring.
And then my final question is that I'd like to ask Ms. Gilchrist to commit to visiting the intersection of Augusta and Crossfield to see what I'm describing visually, as far as a lower rise apartment of 3 stories and mixed dwelling opportunities for residents in the area. So she would have a good visualized presentation of what could potentially be at this proposed site at Midland and Tivoli.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to be sure I understand, Councillor Chappelle, you are suggesting another example within the city of Kingston that might, that you feel would be a good fit for this site?
I'd like you to visualize it if you can, drive by it and see what I was just trying in an effort to describe to you, which I think makes good quality of life aspect for a subdivision like this that you're trying to propose.
Certainly. I'm always looking for examples, good urban examples. I'm an urban adventurer. So Augusta and Crossfield.
Yes.
Noted. Will do.
Thank you very much. One last round of the committee. Are there any follow-up questions or any questions? Seeing none, I'll declare this meeting, public meeting closed. And we just have the one item on our regular meeting schedule. Do people waive if you could use a 10-minute recess? I see a couple of waivers. Madam Clerk, if you could give us a 10-minute recess and we'll be right back. Thank you very much. And I'll call the meeting back. And this is Planning Committee meeting number 21-2021. And so I'll call the meeting to order. And I'll ask for a mover and a seconder for the approval of the agenda, including the addendum. Councillor Hill has moved. Is there a seconder? Quick. We need a seconder to Councillor Hill's moving the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Hutchison. We have two sets of minutes that we've received, one from August 5th, 2021, and one from a week later, August 12th, 2021. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, we're looking for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Hutchison moves, Councillor Hill seconds. All those in favor? Carried. And disclosure of pecuniary interest. Seeing none. Delegations, we have none. Briefings, we have none. Here's the brief business statement. This portion of the meeting is open to the public. Members of the public will have the opportunity to speak for up to 5 minutes on comprehensive reports presented before the Planning Committee. Those wishing to provide oral comments at this meeting will be invited to do so. And our single item on the agenda tonight is 1174 McAdoo's Lane, and there is a recommendation before the committee. So we'll go into the committee. Are there any questions or comments regarding this? Yes, I'm sorry. I've left something out again. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Mr. Chu is with us this evening, and he does have a presentation prepared for the committee.
Excellent. Sorry, Mr. Chu. I almost missed you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The application before the committee today is 1174 McAdoo's Lane. It is a zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. The application is to change the zoning on 14 hectares of land from a restricted rural A1 zone to a site-specific disposal industrial zone in order to allow the stockpiling of construction waste for recycling. And additional uses include the storage of construction equipment, topsoil and topsoil recycling, and some open storage of these above materials. Next slide, please. The subject land is at McAdoo's Lane and Battersea. It's near that intersection. However, it is set back in from it. The attached map shows the entire property in gray, and the area that is subject to the rezoning is hatched in a diagonal hatched. The overall property is, I believe, 63 hectares. However, the only part that is subject to rezoning is the hatched area, which is 14 hectares. Next slide, please. This is just a general view of the entrance to the property. It is narrower at the front than the back. This is from McAdoo's Lane facing the main entrance into the property. Next slide, please. Another part from the other angle, also the frontage along McAdoo's Lane. Next slide, please. And further along the road, showing the abutting parcel to the other side. Next slide, please. This is the overhead view of the area. The area is outlined in dark black, and it does show some of the activity that is already on site. And as a reference point, in the middle of the image to the north is some gray buildings. That is actually a telecommunications tower. And just to reference where you may be on the site if you see it from the road, it's fairly far back in. Next slide, please. The subject area is currently designated waste management area. It is the blue with the light hatching on top of it. And the dark boundary is the outline of the property. And I hope it carries over, but you can see the 14-hectare area is fully within the waste management area as designated by the official plan. The areas around it are rural to the north, and other areas designated waste management area, and rural industrial to the east. So just to put it in context with the surrounding uses. Next slide, please. The current zoning map, much of that area is, and this lot is zoned in rural or agricultural zones for this particular parcel, as are the northern parts of the lands there. However, along McAdoo's Lane, it's often, or there's a lot of industrial zoning as well. Next slide, please. This is a early site plan concept for what they were proposing on the site. It's based mostly on what was there currently, and it is subject to some changes based on additional information that's been provided since the application was filed. Next slide, please. There was a lot of correspondence from the public, and we were expecting some members of the public to be present because they did want to speak to the committee or have the opportunity to address the committee directly. I hope they're still around. However, I think from the public's correspondence, I've tried to summarize them into some major categories. I think the most significant one for the members of the public was their concern about groundwater. This is outside the urban area, and they are serviced by well and septic systems, or private well and septic systems. A lot of them have asked for a hydro-G study to go along with this proposal at the zoning stage. However, after extensive consultation regarding this, the proposed materials being stored, how the materials were being handled, and how they're being processed, it was determined that a groundwater hydrogeological study was not required. In addition to that, the applicant had, in consultation after the public meeting and public input, reduced the number of uses specifically so that there would be no requirement for a hydro-G study. Other studies were also requested, and including a noise study, a traffic study to go along with that. However, the noise study would be more appropriately addressed with a site plan application, and the traffic study was consulted with engineering, and it was determined that it was not required. There were also extensive comments about other activities on the property. However, we have reviewed all those other activities and found those areas to be in compliance with the zoning bylaw. There were also comments written by groups of the public who'd gotten together, who'd asked that the current activity be halted immediately. However, that is a separate issue from the current proposal before the committee, and it is a policy that we've applied to allow the activity to proceed while zoning applications before the city that would approve the activity in place. Next slide, please. This is a summary of the zoning provisions compared to the standard M4 zone. I believe the most significant one for the committee to highlight at this point was the ones that were changed to scope down and define and restrict the number of uses. As you can see in the third column, the original zone allowed automotive wrecking yard, a salvage yard, a sanitary landfill site, which were the ones that were most objectionable to the residents in the area, primarily concerns about contamination, smells, and odors. It was not the intent of the applicant to go after or to request sanitary landfill, salvage yard, or wrecking yard. And it was scoped down to what we have on the right, on the fourth column now, to to store and sort and process primarily construction waste defined mainly as such as asphalt and concrete, items that are ground contact anyway. And these things would be stored and ultimately reprocessed for reuse for similar uses as aggregate and back for road construction or foundation or landfill. Grading and backfill. Most of those materials could be used in various projects around the city, including possibly residential, roads, and fill areas there. The remainder of the differences are details in setbacks and protection of areas identified from the environmental impact statement for an area of significant woodlands. Next slide, please. Also, to address some of the concerns regarding the comments from the public was the holding zone. The holding zone was added specifically to address any buildings that would require sanitary systems and or water well to be drilled. The current proposal doesn't include any buildings or any sanitation or water draws. Again, they didn't need it for this particular project, and they wanted to avoid it because they didn't need it for hydro G study. By putting the holding symbol on it, I believe that also addresses the concerns of the residents that any type of activity like that would further require additional planning review through the lifting of a holding symbol. Next slide, please. It was found that the proposed disposal industrial zone and the draft bylaw before the committee to allow the open storage of non-contaminated, non-hazardous construction waste and accessory open storage of vehicles is appropriate and supports the development opportunities for the city of Kingston and supports new and existing businesses. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment complies with the provincial policy statement and the official plan and constitutes good land use planning. Staff recommend approval of this application for zoning bylaw amendment for these subject lands. Next slide, please. If this application is approved, then the applicant would still need to obtain a site plan control approval for the project to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go to the committee for questions and they'll be answered as they're asked. So who has any questions regarding this? Yes, Councillor Hill.
Just before I go, do you need to go to the public first to get questions?
No, we're doing that under the Planning Act for the public meeting.
Okay. Okay.
We haven't altered that, but okay. Thanks for the question.
Thank you. So my question then is, and I do want to congratulate the applicant, because I think the reason there's not a lot of people here tonight is because you've addressed a lot of the concerns. One concern that I did hear was that relates to the berm and whether or not, because quite a bit of, I understand quite a bit of many trees were removed. I'm really speaking like Councillor Stanek tonight, right? Because we have to have a tree question at some point during the night. So what the question is, and I guess the request is, would you be able to plant to enhance, I guess, the effect of the berm and sort of shielding the noise, et cetera, from the operation, to plant trees along that berm in order to enhance its effectiveness? Is that something you've considered, or would you consider that?
It's an internal site, and it is in the middle, because the area beside McAdoo's Lane is actually designated waste industrial disposal. It's actually, a recycling facility, as is the place beside it. Most of the materials that are available for protecting the trees are actually rubble that's been sorted and broken down. And the main function of those berms is to protect the existing significant woodlands already there. Given the size of this site, and the actual activity and the potential for scraping along with the tree with the mechanical equipment, because the main function of those burns is protection of the existing woodlands. It's something we would certainly examine during site plan. However, given that these are completely hidden areas and that the north of the site is actually quite nice woodlands. When we did the site inspection, we saw some very nicely rehabilitated fields, open areas of fields, and we'd have to consider the whole concept of using the berms as landscaping. However, I'm wondering if we'd have to do an examine trade-off. Maybe the owner would prefer to allocate those trees and the costs and expense of those types of trees into enhancing the woodlands on the remainder of the rural lands to the north, which might yield a greater overall benefit. Certainly something we'll consider, though.
Yeah, I think that's the only concern that of the concerns that were expressed earlier. That's the last remaining concern that was expressed to me. So something worth considering. Thank you.
Thank you. And will you take the chair, Councillor Hill, and recognize me if you would?
I will take the chair and recognize you.
Thank you very much. I think I know the answer to both these questions, or to this question primarily. I know that there's construction waste that's going to be dealt with here. Can you assure us and the members of the public that there will be no, because there is topsoil as an identified thing, there will be no brownfield soils that will be dealt with at this site?
I can only say that if doing so would be under the current circumstances prohibited under regulations, is my understanding from Ministry of Environment and Conservation and Parks, that it's not permitted to do that. I guess all I can say is to do that would be breaking the law, and we wouldn't want, we wouldn't plan on them breaking the law. I don't think the applicant intends to break the law. As identified.
There are some large portions of brownfield that will be getting remediated in the next while. And I'm just concerned that that soil isn't kind of dropped at this site and then aerated to try to resurrect it.
I'm not sure exactly about the regulations about that. It's certainly not something that's contemplated in the zoning, and it's not contemplated in what we've dealt with the Ministry of Environment in our consultations with our own Environmental Services Department. It's not something that's been contemplated as being permitted. Like it's not what we want to happen. It's not how the bylaw is structured.
Okay, so they would be in non-compliance of the proposed bylaw if that soil was indeed, if there was brownfield soils taken to that site.
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. My other comment, just a quick comment, was the concern of the public, and this will be in the form of a question, the concern expressed by the public about the issue of enforcement. I'm presuming, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm presuming that any, that like all of our bylaws, enforcement is complaint driven, and our enforcement staff will look into any complaints that are issued.
Yes,
well,
and
I think that would be a question for city staff, wouldn't it, Councillor Neal?
Mr.
Well, Park?
Yeah, I have done enforcement on this parcel as well, and we have inspected it, and this application is triggered by enforcement matters. So we have, so that is how it's working. We do. As I'm aware of this site, we can certainly take some spot checks as well. However, in general, it's in the back of a parcel. We don't actually go out of our way typically to look at it. But that's a site that I'm aware of. We've dealt with the applicant. They've been cooperative as far as the enforcement goes. So I believe they'd be amenable to various inspections as well.
Mr. Park, did you want to comment on that? Or Mr.
Yeah, I'm actually a senior planner with, this is my application with the city. So, and I have done the enforcement on this property as well.
Okay, thank you. But
processing application.
I'm asking Mr. Park to comment. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
So the enforcement issue, if I understood the question, coming is if there were further complaints that would be investigated. Is that correct?
I think it was, Councillor Neal, I think it was that is enforcement complaint driven. Isn't that the, and who would do the
Yes,
investigation?
the complaint,
Yes.
it will trigger an enforcement inspection.
Yes, that is correct. So if we do get, complaints from abutting property owners of what they feel are non-permitted uses on the property, we will go out and investigate. And if it appears that those uses are contravening the bylaw, then we will start working with the property owner, hopefully to resolve it. And if we cannot resolve it through discussion, it will be done through enforcement.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chu, did you want to add anything to that?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Neal, any other questions?
No. And are there any members of the committee that?
Oh, I see
a
Mr.
couple
Barr
hands
there.
up.
So yeah,
Mr.
Mr. Barr.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add, we actually have Brody Richmond here from our environmental section. And I think he can provide a little bit more follow-up on the questions regarding the brownfield soil disposal questions that came up, because that's right in his area of expertise. So I'm going to turn it over to Brody at this time to provide some further clarification.
That's great.
Thanks.
So it's
Mr.
in your
Richmond.
wheelhouse, Brody.
Who's the chair, Mr. Neal or Councillor Neal?
You are. I'll shut up now.
Mr. Richmond, go ahead.
Getting late.
Thank you very much. And through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify that the application that's before us tonight would be classified a Class 2 soil management site under the EPA. So it is regulated in the province by the Ministry of Environment. For the types of materials that they are proposing now, it allows for some very minor processing of construction waste, but for the beneficial reuse of those wastes. If they were to bring in, to Councillor Neal's question, more brownfield type soils, that would revert to a Class 1 type site, which would require an ECA approval. And those ECA approvals would come with a much more rigorous technical review by the MECP, including hydrogeology. But for now, the proposal is for fairly inert waste other than recycled asphalt. But again, the recycled asphalt is permitted in as a recyclable product going into the aggregate. Both Class 1 and Class 2 soil management sites are subject to inspection by the MECP in addition to a complaint-driven process. So our local officer would set up a regular inspection of that site if it was deemed a Class 2 soil management site. And there are all sorts of rules in Ontario about establishing those sites with separation distances and mitigation plans for potential contaminants that would get addressed at site plan stage and also through the establishment of the Class 2 site. It's quite common in Ontario now, and as a matter of fact, it's promoted in Ontario now to divert these materials from landfill. There's been plenty of new regulations struck in 2019, and even the city ourselves have taken advantage of these sites to start using these materials much more wisely. I think I'll just leave it at that, but I hope that provides some clarification.
That does. Thank you.
And I return the chair.
Thank you. I see no other hands up from the committee. I do see Councillor Chappelle has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That elusive unmute button drives me bananas. Anyways, I actually am attending this. My comments are more or less geared for our colleague north of the 401, Mr. Oosterhoff. He wanted me to express a few comments on his behalf. He wanted to express to staff that he's very appreciative of all the work that's gone into this file. And he's confident that this recommendation is supported and a positive development for our city. And he understands that site plan will still be completed And as such, any additional concerns from residents can be raised at that time to ensure due diligence. And in speaking of due diligence, he is confident that the city has done its due diligence on this file, and he would like the planning committee to consider supporting this project. And that's from Councillor Oosterhoff. And I had a good conversation with him today, and he's very satisfied that it's not the big concern that it was initially initiated, that both Councillor Hill and Councillor Neal you've mentioned. So those are my comments. I don't have any questions. I just want an opportunity to. My question would have been, if I was to frame it to you, Mr. Chair, may I make comments on behalf of Councillor Oosterhoff? And you would have probably said no.
The
so
answer would have been yes. Thank you. So we will now go to the public for any questions that they might have, and then we'll go back to getting a mover and a seconder for the recommendation. Elizabeth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. We don't currently have any members of the public still in the gallery at this time. However, we do have the applicant and agent who are joining us. Unless they wish to raise their hand to provide any further information or any comment at this time, I don't believe there's going to be any members of the public that wish to speak.
Thank you very much. So we'll go back to the committee. If there's a mover and a shaker for the recommendation, moved by Councillor Hill, seconded by Councillor Hutchison. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much. There are no further motions. There are no notices of motion. And I don't believe there's any other business. Seeing none, we did receive correspondence in our addendum tonight, and just a notice of the next meeting. It will be Thursday, September 16th at 6 o'clock. So I can't move adjournment, but Councillor Hill can and Councillor Hutchison can second. All those in favor? Thank you very much. And look at that. We're only 2 minutes past 10.